West Edmonton Mall, and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray Music app and listen wherever you go.
Have your sports curiosity cured.
10 seconds to go. Up to Holloway. To the front of the net. 5 remaining. He scores! Bring out the Zamboni. Holloway. 2-1. St. Louis over the Sharks in overtime tonight.
A veteran of the sports reporting game for over 25 years.
Braden Smith with the ball. Clock ticks. Down to 6. Down to 5. Smith shaking. Bacon. Smith puts it up. No. It's good. With 0.7 left. Trey Kaufman-Renn has given Purdue the lead. A chance at the left shot. It's up. No good. Purdue advances. The Boilermakers survive. Trey Kaufman-Renn wins it.
Breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams.
And it knocked off his stick. Edmonton in developing 3-on-1. And David over the line. Waits, shoots, and scores. David off the rush. His 41st of the year. Regains the lead for Edmonton 2-1.
This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
All right, here we go for Soul 634, Friday, March the 27th. Hey, the weekend is here, so let's tear up the old pea patch, clicker into Schnell, and make a fast break to the 11 o'clock hour. It is Feel Good Friday. It is Playlist Friday. If you've got a song, a walk-up song, an intro song, whatever you want to call it, song, send it in to us at 833-401-1440. Get them in. The Duke will get them on a Friday. So glad you're with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440, presented by Sports Select on your AM radio dial on your morning drive on a Friday, wherever you're heading out on the weekend, off to work, or maybe you got plans. So glad you could spend some time with us here to almost wrap up another month. Where did March go? Here we go to April. Man, oh man. You can also watch us too on YouTube at Sports 1440. AM, drop us a like, a subscription. We're also on X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. And as always, we're streaming on the many services that are out there and available on iHeart, the TuneIn app, even on sports1440.ca. And if you miss any part of any show, it turns in to the many, many podcasts that are out there. Find them on Apple, Spotify, Google, even Amazon. Please subscribe. It's free. Select the auto download. You'll never miss a second of the show. On a Friday, March the 27th, and the Oilers go into the weekend on a winning note. Winning in overtime last night. Huge win in Vegas. 4-3 the final. Evan Bouchard gets the overtime winner. His 20th goal of the season. Becoming the 4th Oiler defenseman to reach 20 goals. It's a hell of an accomplishment. It's a hell of an accomplishment. Bouchard with just a wicked wrist shot. Man, he can fire the pill. That was just a wicked shot off the draw to give the Oilers a 4-3 overtime win. We're going to bust this one down all morning long with our co-host, Eddie Steele, the Grey Cup champion from 2015, all-decade team. And as we approach the Combine, still T11 in bench press. Good morning, Eddie.
Should have been top 5.
What do you mean top? What happened?
Man, I was ripping off 40. Good morning, first of all. But I was ripping off 40s in my training sessions.
Yeah.
And what's the leader on there? 47, I think. It is big.
You think I got it punched up here?
Thought you did.
No.
Let me get my camera right. But, man, I was doing big numbers, KK.
Yeah.
I really was. When I got to the Combine, it felt heavy. And then all the scouts and everybody,
Eddie.
I was just going to say, the pressure, everybody around you came up short of my goal. I remember.
So you thought you'd hit 40?
I told Calgary, Mark Killam. He was the one who kind of led the interview when he was with the Stamps. So he would have been way younger at that point.
Sure.
Special teams coordinator. This is 2010, but he was still well established in the CFL then. It was him and Chris Jones who really, and of course Huff and the whole organization sitting in the background. But it was him and Chris Jones leading it because Chris Jones was the D coordinator with Calgary at that point. And yeah, Chris Jones. So how much you gonna bench, Eddie? And yeah, kill him. They were grilling me, man. But I only did 33.
47.
47 that's what I thought. Yeah.
Michael Nill.
I thought I'd be in the 40s.
You know what, Eddie? I just punched it up. They only have the top 10 on there now, so you're not.
Ooh,
you're not on
they
the list.
sniped the kid.
So 36 is at 10, and that's Lyndon Gaydosh.
Ooh, Lyndon, nice.
You know him, yeah.
Yeah, I played with him. He's from up north here, Peace River.
Said he played at UFC.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, they don't have you anymore, Eddie, on the list.
Kid got sniped.
Oh no, they do. Sorry.
Hey, it's a happy
they
Friday.
don't. Sorry,
Kevin, what are you doing with me, Kevin? What are you toying with
I
me?
thought I was going to page.
Yo-yo.
I thought I was going to page 2, Eddie, but it didn't have.
It's a big weekend though for those kids.
Yeah.
I was down at the coaches' dinner the other night.
Yeah. How was it?
And it was really good, the dinner itself, and just seeing so many familiar faces, coaches who have coached me, guys who I've played with who are head coaches, like Buck Pierce. He still resides in Winnipeg.
Yeah.
And when he was the Bombers quarterback, I was still coming out of U of M just early in the CFL. So I spent a lot of time around the Bombers like organization, weightlifting with some guys, and got to know him well. So he's the head coach of the BC line. Like, that's a huge gig. So it's really cool to see guys get into that role. Corey Mace, winning coach of the year. You see him, and he's still just the dude, the D tackle, same position as me.
Yeah, he's
a dude.
Guy, yeah,
he's a dude, man. It's really neat to see these guys flourish and get into these big time roles now.
So the Oilers with a win last night, Eddie. We'll talk about the combine and everything else heading into the weekend and in the next couple of hours for sure. 4-3 the final. Again, Bouchard gets the overtime winner. Connor McDavid had a goal, 2 assists. He's over the 800 assist threshold career-wise. He's got 121 points on the season. Nikita Kucherov has 121 points. Do you know the other 3 Oilers defensemen to crack 20 goals? I'm sure you could figure out one of them. Paul Coffey, yes. The other 2, like it's, some people.
What eras?
Well, back in the Coffey era, and then actually,
way deep. Yeah, I wouldn't know then.
Yeah, well, Charlie Huddy had 20.
Really?
Yeah, and that, the thing is that Charlie and Paul were defense partners, and Charlie was a left-handed shot defenseman who played his entire career with Paul on the right side. So he played the whole, and he was good, Charlie. Charlie was really, obviously, if you score 20 goals in the NHL, you're gifted offensively. Charlie changed his game a little bit to play with Paul.
Yeah, because you always hear about Charlie being the defensive help, essentially, because Paul would go up and do his thing.
For sure. And then in your own zone as well, there's the old joke, Paul used to say, Koff would say, okay, Charlie, I'll take care of the front of the net. You work both corners. So that was the old line from years ago.
I feel like I've heard that out of you before.
Yeah. So Charlie's one of them. Then the other one, it was a guy that signed here and got dicked around, to be honest with you, at the end with an injury, and that was Sheldon Surrey. And that guy could fire the puck, man. He
put up 20, eh?
Yeah, he put up 20.
How many 20 goals? Like, did he put up 20 more than once in his career?
Sheldon?
I know I'm getting you random with that because he did it here as an Oiler, but was he an offensive gifted guy like that?
Yeah. I first met Sheldon when he was in New Jersey. I went out to see Lyle Odeline, and he wasn't even playing for the Devils. He was a healthy scratch back in the day.
Wow.
He had 26 for the Canadians.
Okay. Yeah.
Am I correct on that? Yeah. 26 for the Canadians.
Duke's giving you the
not about Duke. And
the nod.
23 here in 08-09. He had 53 points. That was a hell of a year. I mean, back then the team wasn't very good. They were like a 500 team, but just checking, Hammer was here and he led the team in scoring that year. But yeah, Sheldon Surrey, I still remember, Eddie, because I was doing the games at the time. And so traveling with the team. And on the road trips, guys would have their, their duffel bags, suitcases, whatever you want to call it. Well,
the Louis?
Well, no. Sheldon had the Louis. He had like the full suit bag Louis.
Man.
He had everything. And he was an immaculate dresser. He was,
he was that guy.
Oh, yeah. Sheldon Surrey.
Everything tailored, looking right.
This guy, and he had the hair. He had the 2-day beard going nonstop.
That's that's funny. The 2-day beard, just the perfect kind of shadowed, filled in.
Yeah, that was Sheldon Surrey.
That's nice.
And now I haven't talked to him for a while. I guess I did on the phone once a little bit with Brant Myers. So Brant Myers, and he started the non-hammered,
non-alcoholic, yeah.
unhammered. So he's good friends with Sheldon, and Sheldon he doesn't drink and
he's
anymore.
on a sobriety journey
for sure. So he's in LA. So Mizey would go down and goes down to see him quite often.
So Sheldon, he's down in LA then?
Yeah,
okay,
in somewhere down there.
Yeah.
What did you think of the game last night? It was
played a pretty solid game.
Yeah.
It was a tight game.
Mm-hmm.
Good efforts out of a lot of players. Dickinson, I like him as a player, man.
Yeah,
I really do. Just the little things.
Well, he wins the face-off even to start overtime.
That's
like
that. I noted that. That's exactly
You
in the trust for coach to put him out there, just for the job. Like you have one job to do, and he went out there and he accomplished that job, and he's going to continue to get more opportunities because that right there strengthens the trust from your coach. Getting lit up, but then going down the other end and popping another guy. Stuff like that. Those intangibles.
Murphy was good again, and he has the scrap, and he's you know what, Murphy's he's pulling Darnell into the fight here, and Darnell.
You're in my head.
Darnell had a good game last night.
He's playing well.
And he got involved at the end. When Dickinson got hit and everything like that at the end of the first period, and that pairing could turn out to be something special. If they continue to grow and develop, and because they're two big dudes, man. And if they can keep playing the way they are, that's, and then you got Bouchard and Ekholm. That's two pretty good pairings here. And then here's, what? Jake Wallman's coming on, man.
Starting to. Still having a little bit of E to his game, but he is.
You think about that, he started the play on the goal the other night, and beautiful pass to Roslovic, that when he scored in Utah. And last night, the legs are going more. He played just under 18 minutes. Him and Ty Emberson have something going on. So knock on wood, this defense core can stay healthy, because that's three pairings that complement each other quite well. And again, Evan Bouchard, I had him at 4 on my Norris Trophy, and then I moved him to 3. And I think I got him at 2, to be honest with you, right now, right behind Werenski. So
he's got, now once you hit that 20 goal threshold, that's that kind of, just for the optics of it, that puts you out, it elevates you, man.
Yeah.
As a D man. I want to go back though to Nurse and just talk about his game and the pairing of him and Murph, because they have turned into the shutdown pair.
Well, sure they are.
Like the lockdown pair.
That's the plan, man. That was the plan.
And it's quite something how the elevation of Nurse's game, we know he has it in him. And if you look at, we talked about it, I brought up this, I guess, tidbit stat about him last week, that he led the game sheet time on ice. Look at last night, time on ice. He led the Oilers with 25. And I know it dictates with the power plays and whatnot. But, man, you think back 2 months ago, Darnell Nurse certainly wasn't leading the team in time on ice, and he certainly wasn't considered your lockdown pair.
Well, I mean, everyone talks about Evan Bouchard and the turnovers and things like that. His turnover rate is the same as the other guys. It's the same. In fact, it's less than Werenski. So, hey, let's welcome in the Duke of Delburne on a Friday. The Duke picks 2 upset winners in the NCAA March Madness. Well, he didn't pick. He has it at 3, and I had under. So if there's one more, Duke, Nostradamus, you're like, Duke, you're starting to real nail.
Now, the next stage of this development is picking the correct upsets, because I only got one.
That's okay.
I only got one of the 2 last night.
That's okay.
Arkansas did not quite compete with Houston, or with Arizona, the way I had expected. Meanwhile, your Houston Cougars got absolutely mollywopped by the Fighting Illini.
How about a no-show? Like an absolute no-show.
The second half, Illinois opened the half with a 17-0 run.
Yeah, game over.
Embarrassing. And then Paul Sir on cloud 9 with Iowa beating Nebraska. Paul texted me this morning. He was talking about Delaney Gibb. So she's from Alberta.
Raymond.
Yeah. So she's playing at BYU. 29 and 27 points in the last 2 games. Paul goes, her NIL money's going through the roof next year.
It's true.
Yeah. So
like a couple $100K at least.
Yeah. You like the Oilers game last night, Duke? I mean, the penalty kill in overtime that won him the game
for sure. It proved very consequential even throughout the game. I mean, it kind of lived up to what we expected when we talked about it with Jesse Granger yesterday. There was a lot of animosity and a lot of bad blood in that doesn't seem to have waned at all in past seasons, even with, neither team getting to the top of that mountain. They met in the playoffs, of course, last year. But, yeah, the physicality, the extracurriculars, it's encouraging.
Yeah.
I think if you're an Oilers fan and watching this team play, because when you have a team engaged, that makes it a little bit easier to sometimes overlook some of the other deficiencies that continue to lack or pop their head up, such as, net front clearing and things like that after your goaltender can make a save, even 2 saves at times, and it still finds its way into the back of your net. So it wasn't a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, but obviously a huge 2 points that this team desperately needed to give themselves even a little bit more breathing room in that second spot.
How about the fans, the Oiler fans there?
They're a lot.
Yeah, man.
The nation vacation was loud and proud in there last night.
50-50.
Yeah, I like even during the anthem. You were like, I know they're picking out the Canadian
For sure.
Canadian fans and the Oiler fans, but man, oh man, and they would have ripped it up last night.
Well,
probably all day.
Oh, I was gonna
Like it's
say
30-some degrees all day. Imagine
poolside,
just pounding.
Catch me by the pool.
Pounding the booze and then going to the game. That's my kind of.
I was gonna say
my kind of Vegas.
One of those days.
My kind of Vegas. Hey, coming up on the big program, we're gonna have Andrew Walker. You heard him last night post game show. I thought Walks was gonna show up at Thursday hockey. We could have used him. Didn't have a lot of.
Need some legs.
Well, yeah, we didn't need him on our team, but the white team could have used him yesterday.
I didn't get a text. Duke didn't get a text. Didn't need him that bad.
Eddie, he said the white team.
Whoa, Duke. Whoa.
It's a joke, Eddie.
Yeah, it must be.
Michael Menses at 8:00 because Mark Spector is in the air. He's just boarding a plane right now in Vegas. I respect. Would you stay another day?
He's been there a couple though, hasn't he?
Or bring Shulka down for a
that's
come
the play.
on,
that is the play.
Or even and then leave later tonight. So he's
Vegas,
here for
man.
game.
Can he afford it?
Oh, Spec.
Pocket watching.
Yeah. Steve Kulus, my old buddy from Sam the Record Man from Sirius XM NHL Radio, will be with us at 9:20. Kurt Hill, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager at 10. The Oil Kings are home to the Saskatoon Blades tonight, game 1 of their Western Hockey League series at Rogers Place. And then Zach Kavanaugh covers the Anaheim Ducks from the Sporting Tribune, and it's the Ducks and Oilers tomorrow at 1:30. I was thinking, I said earlier, I thought that last night's game and tomorrow's game would be a split between the goaltenders. I don't even know anymore. I mean, you could ride Ingram,
and he had a big game.
Sure.
We haven't even talked about him.
But again, 26 saves. If they went to Jari, I can see that too because of the afternoon game. Either way.
It's Ingram. It's got to be.
Every time we say that, Knobloch goes the other way, though.
This is a big game.
Sure it is. But Jari, you got to get him going too here, Eddie.
Wouldn't you want to showcase your guy? Not showcase, but play your guy.
Well, listen,
Ingram is the guy. Can we agree on that?
Sure, and Knobloch has said that. But I mean,
these are big points on the line.
Sure, they are. But I mean, Jari still has to get incorporated into the team success here too. And you brought him in,
and you're paying him.
Well, I mean that doesn't matter anymore. But you're going with whoever gives you the best chance to win right now. And if that's Ingram, it's Ingram. If you think that that's the way, but if you got some confidence, Jari, like again, every time we think that he's going to go one way, he goes the other way. So,
where would you go?
Well, I said 2 days ago, I thought it was going to be a split.
Yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I really bring in the fact that it is an afternoon game.
Why?
Well,
what's the theory?
Just, I mean, they get back late last night and now today,
the rest factor.
And then there's no skate tomorrow morning and you go right back in it. Maybe there's some stats that someone plays better in the afternoon. I don't know. You probably look into that. Ingram's record against Anaheim. There's all things to look at here. So we'll discuss that and more with Andrew Walker when we come back, our Sports 1440 pre- and post-game show host. It's Kevin Karius Show with Eddie Steele, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio, presented by Sports Select. We're also streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Do you work for a company that wants to reach people who love sports? Or maybe you're looking to hire people who love sports? Sports 1440 partners with dozens of local businesses, connecting with tens of thousands of Edmonton sports fans every day. On the radio, on the listening apps, on YouTube, and on social media. Contact our sales team today to see what Sports 1440 can do for you. Email Gregor at sports1440.ca to get started.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
A relaxing day at the lake without a Toyota Tundra can be noisy. But when you get a Tundra at your local Toyota dealer, you can take advantage of up to 11,000 pounds of towing capacity and find a quieter spot. Ah, that's better. Lease a 2026 Tundra 4x4 Double Cab SR5 from $149 weekly for 60 months at 5.29% APR with $8,199 down. Visit shoptoyota.ca or your Prairie Toyota dealer today.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 722 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Eddie Steele with you. You heard him here about, I don't even know, 8.5 hours ago. Andrew Walker doing the post-game show on Sports 1440, getting ready for a big day in the pallet world. Wondering where he was at hockey yesterday on a Thursday afternoon. The boys were wondering as we welcome in Andrew Walker to the show. Good morning, Walks. You're with Kevin Karius, Eddie Steele. The fellas were wondering where you were yesterday, Walks.
I know. You know what? I know you guys think I never work because I just play hockey in the afternoon every day. But no, I had a meeting. I had my equipment in my truck, and I realized I wasn't going to make it to hockey because the meeting went a little late. So, what are you going to do? You got to big
duty
sacrifice.
calls.
Well, the white team could have used you, as Eddie said.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, no. Barry T could have used a D partner, I'm sure.
He wasn't there either. Barry wasn't there. Yeah, it was a light. We only had a couple spares aside.
I meant to be there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to work too. I mean, not all of us can be Eddie Steele.
Whoa.
No. Unlucky for us.
So Walks, I always tell people, right? NFL, it stands for not for long. I played in the CFL, baby. That stands for come for less.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess how was the text line last night and everyone talking about a win where the Oilers, the penalty kill, to set up the Bouchard goal was massive last night, Walks.
Yeah, you know how it is. Like it's late in the game and I'm kind of like crafting, okay, like what's my lead take going to be on the post game show tonight? And it was once they got to OT. I mean, I liked their game, and I felt Vegas was lucky to get to OT. I thought the Oilers, forced them into a turnovers all night long, and then the odd time the Oilers weren't clean, it ended up in their net. So I really liked the Oilers game through 60, and then OT happens, and you take a penalty, and it's like, well, right, like 2 minutes 4-on-3 with some of the personnel Vegas has. It's like, I guess that's it, but. You know what? Like they got a point, and now they're tied with Vegas, and like the race for second is still on. Like I like their game, and the process is what matters. And then just a major kill, like you said, great job, and then right off the faceoff, McDavid and Bouchard does this thing. So it ends up being right when it looked like they weren't going to get it done. What a win! And that's two really high quality wins in a row. And don't look now, but. you want to win in the playoffs, you got to win on the road. They're 4-1-1 in their last 6 road games, right? With the lone blemish being that Dallas game. So they are coming around. Like it seems to be like they always do. And there's 9 games to go in the season, and they look like they figured out their D pairs, and they're blocking shots, they're playing physical. It's taken longer than a lot of us would have thought, but it does. At the end of the day, it really does not matter where they finish as long as their game is right heading into the postseason, and it might be getting there, guys.
Yeah. Hey, Walks, you brought up that they have it right with their D pairs, and I mean the addition of Murphy has been huge. And who would have thought that it would have been this helpful to Darnell Nurse's game? Haven't they turned into quite the pairing? And as you can see now, they've turned into the shutdown pair, hey?
Yeah, I mean, that surprises me a little bit. You like Murphy. He dropped the glove last night. I thought you hated that.
No, there's a time and a place, man. There's a time and a place.
Yeah, no, you're right though. You know what? Like you know exactly what Murphy is. I really like his game. Shocker, right, Kev? But defensive defenseman. I really like his game, and him with Nurse. It's worked, right? They're long. They cover a lot of ice. They're hard to score on. Nurse is one of those things where when he gets in trouble, it's just because he's trying to, do too much and be everything. And they seem to have found a really good role for him. I thought he was terrific last night. I mean, listen, that has turned into a pretty good defensive pairing. They've put together here a couple of pretty good weeks. And don't forget, Jake Wallman looks to be moving really good as well. He was zipping outlet passes last night. And you always know what you're going to get from Bouchard and Ekholm, although last night Ekholm was the only guy that struggled. But you give him the pass because he's usually pretty damn good.
Yeah, that one little play where he went for the poke and kind of got caught. And, it was an offensive zone face-off, too. That's what kills you. When you get those, and then 10 seconds later, it's in the back of your net. Andrew Walker with us on the Kevin Carey Show with Eddie Steele. Zach Hyman had a great goal where he stripped McNabb, and that was his 30th of the year, Walks. And just think if he were healthy and didn't miss whatever the 18, 20 games, whatever it was, he'd be pushing at 40. He might have the league lead right now, if not for his injury at the start of the year.
I think it's a really big I told you so season. Listen, I will always feel bad for Hyman because 4 years from now, he's not going to be in the mix on the Olympic team, I wouldn't think. And, not that it would have made a difference. They had a great team. They dominated the States in the final, but Zach Hyman was on a lot of people's Olympic team. And, that's something that he'll just never get to do in his career. And I thought he deserved it. But anyway, I think a big part of that is a bit of lack of respect in the sense of, okay, yeah, listen, he's a good player, scores a lot of goals. He did score 50, but it's, did he score 50 once or is he a 50 goal scorer? If he was healthy this year, he's on a 50-goal pace. He's kind of doing it again. All that guy has done in 5 years is score goals and score even more in the playoffs. Remarkably consistent. Anybody out there, and I know that narrative is dying down a little bit, but anyone that thinks, it's because he plays with these guys or whatever. Obviously, listen, great players are going to pump up the numbers of great players, but Zach Hyman's just a pure goal scorer, and 30 is a big number, especially when people kind of thought he was a flash in the pan. Some people, anyway.
Well, he's got 28 goals since December 10th. That's tied with Cole Caulfield for the second most in the league, trailing only Steven Stamkos.
And to the narrative that he only gets goals because of who he plays with, that's rubbish. I'm with you on that, Walks, because he gets goals in the grimiest, dirtiest areas, and he's rare on this Oilers team. That's not typically how they go out and get goals. He's unique. What do you say Theo Fleury says about the blue paint, KK?
There's bags and bags and bags of money there.
He goes and gets those bags. Walks, what do you think of Ingram's game in net last night? And then I would like to ask a secondary question to that. Who do you think is in net against the Ducks on Saturday?
Second part, Ingram for sure. Listen, they're going to need. I thought Ingram was terrific last night. I thought, in a lot of respects, it may have been his best game of the season, just given the circumstance, being on the road, the importance of the game, and it's not that oh, he's played better this night because he allowed 1 goal, or better this night because he allowed 2. The Oilers, to win games, need key saves at key times when it counts. And that was not that Ingram was spectacular throughout the game. I thought he was really good early. But when the game was in doubt, like that play, the backdoor play to Hanifin with 3 minutes left, that could have been disastrous because they played so well. And then all of a sudden, Vegas gets their first chance in like 10 minutes and they lose. Like that feels like early season Oilers, doesn't it? And Ingram comes up with a big save. And I don't think it's asking too much for a goalie to make a big save once in a while. And he made that one and then was right in there with the mix with all the guys on the penalty kill, made some big saves there with a couple of great poke checks on Hurdle, which I thought was great. So, it's not like a game like that for Ingram. That's not going to put you on the All-Star team. That's not going to get you a $10 million extension. But like that's exactly what the Oilers need to win. So I thought it was great. Now, all this said, big picture, I don't see either Connor Ingram or Tristan Jarry winning 16 games for this team. They are going to need both in the postseason. Mm-hmm. So they need both guys to be playing well. And I thought the Jarry start the other night was, listen, baby steps. I thought it was encouraging. I thought it was a wonderful defensive performance. He didn't have to do much, and he didn't wilt under pressure or allow a bad goal. I think you ride that a little bit in the sense of like, hey, like let him enjoy it, let him stew on it. Ingram right now is still your guy. Playoff start tomorrow. Ingram's getting the start. That's what I believe. But they are going to need both guys in the postseason, and that includes Jarry. So what it's done for Jarry is, to me, it's earned him another start. I don't know when that is. I kind of guess it's going to be, I guess it depends on your ambition, right? Like if you really want to go for the division, if you really think it's yours for the taking, then Saturday is a big game. You beat Anaheim and you're 3 back. And maybe they want to get into this alternate thing. I don't know. We're not really going to know probably until the morning of the game. I would go back to Ingram and I'd consider starting Jarry on Tuesday, but I still think there's a clear division here, but yes, they want to get Jarry going because
they need
him.
They need him.
And that would be why you say they should go with Jarry. Hey, because I'm with you. I think it should be Ingram.
Listen, I just said at the beginning of the week when they were splitting these games up, I felt that it would be a split between these 2 games, and I brought in the afternoon concept. Bringing I threw that into the mix here, Walks, and I thought that I didn't know who was going to play in Vegas. Just when I was looking on Monday when we were breaking down the schedule, and I thought because of an afternoon game tomorrow, I thought last night's game and Saturday's game would be a split between the 2. Having said that, I have no problem going back to Ingram either. So, but the thing is too, Walks, when we do say who's going to play and who we think is going to start, Knobloch sometimes, or not sometimes, a lot of the times he goes the other way, what everyone's thinking.
Well, it's kind of like what's the bigger game, right? Like, is it, are we kind of thinking the division is unlikely? Anaheim's won 4 in a row. You got 5 points difference. Or is the important game, Tuesday against Seattle, because it's more than anything. It's important to really solidify your spot.
They still want the division here, man. I mean, that's bucks for Daryl. That's another playoff gate. If they want the division. They haven't won the division for 40 years, so they want the division.
Well, and it could very easily be Jarry twice, to be honest.
Yeah.
Not Jarry twice, Ingram twice. I mean, Ingram, they announced him as a starter, which doesn't mean much. Like, it really doesn't. If anything, it was just kind of the quiet, the noise. It's like, listen, Jarry's not going to be playing for a while. He needs to get his game together, and there's a lot of film, there's a lot of practice, stuff like that. So because Jarry they need Jarry. But because he makes 17 saves in Utah, he doesn't all of a sudden make it this huge conversation again. You got to stick to your guns a little bit. This is still Ingram's crease. And what Jarry's done, like I said, is earn himself another start at some point. And, there's still 9 games to go. I would guess that, Jarry might start 3 of them, maybe. And then depending on where you are, maybe Ingram needs to get sharp, before game 1. But at this point, I'm not in a huge hurry to throw Jarry back in there. Let him enjoy the 17 save victory. But I will have to see a little more from the guy.
Andrew Walker with us on Sports 1440. Where do you have Evan Bouchard in your Norris Trophy rankings right now?
I have him Assuming Columbus gets in, I have Rowensky winning, and I have a lot of trouble putting anyone else ahead of Bouchard.
Yeah,
he's been.
I got him at 2 as well right now.
Yeah, he's been that good, and I think I've said this on your show before. I'm a big believer. It's not about. I mean, when we're talking about like championships, it's like there's a if you're not first, you're last. I get it. For something like major award trophies, I love going on. Hockey Reference and Baseball Reference do a great job of this. It's not so much on Hockey DB, but when you look at a guy's stats and then you go over to the corner and it's awards and it's like, Hart Trophy, third in voting, fifth in voting, first in voting, second in voting, and you kind of really see his career trajectory. And I've always thought in hockey, especially for those big awards, the Harts, the Norrises, the Selkies, things like that. If you can have these littered top 5, top 3 appearances over the course of your career, I just think it's so impressive. And especially a lot of these awards, like we get used to. I mean, Bobby Orr didn't lose one for a decade. Then it was Nick Lidstrom's decade in the 90s, right? Like it's hard to imagine very many guys winning a Norris when Cale Makar is in the league, right? And so I think there's a lot of value in being a finalist or being top 5, and maybe not everybody does, but I think that Evan Bouchard, especially given some of the blind, uneducated criticism that you'll hear all over the hockey world, because people are just lemmings. They just run off a cliff because everyone else does, or a parrot because they see something on social media and they want to act smart, so they say the same things. Evan Bouchard has had a remarkable season, and just because he had a rough first 2 weeks of the season, who cares? The guy has been getting better and better. His number, he's a plus 21. He's got 20 goals. He's going to flirt with 90 points. Unreal year, clutch goals, and you could make a big time case that. McDavid's always going to be there, but you could make a case that Bouchard is the Oilers MVP this year. He's been that good. So, listen, Rowensky has had an insane year, and I just do not put anyone ahead of Bouchard on that list. That includes Quinn Hughes. It includes Cale Makar. It includes Lane Hudson. And the whole conversation of, who would you start a franchise with? That isn't this. That's a totally different conversation. But yeah, a long way of saying number 2 on my ballot with a bullet.
And the nice thing about Bouch is he's proven for years now that when the playoffs roll around, he takes his game to an even higher level, and he plays at an even better skill with even more skill. And that puck zings off of his Bouch bomb. Seems like he releases it even more in the playoffs. So it's a good thing.
It's unbelievable. He's so good in the playoffs, and the hockey world and fans and media and all these opinions and so everyone's so hypocritical because you remember, I don't know, we'll say the Patrick Marleaus of the world, right? Guys like that, great regular season player, and then, they can never go more than a round deep or they disappear in the playoffs. Those guys just get destroyed, right? They've always gotten destroyed in their entire career in every sport, guys that can't get it done in the postseason. And then you have, Bouchard, where at the end of the day, you know what it is. It's just a lot of people made up their decision early, and we're in an era that everyone's so afraid to admit that they were wrong. And here's a guy that has his moments where he might not be great, in October or November of the regular season. And then he's just a beast in the playoffs. And somehow people conveniently don't appreciate that. I just think it's so funny. I've gotten to the point, you know how you can tell a person's character. This is like a dating thing, right? You can tell a person's character. How do they treat, the wait staff at a restaurant, right? That's a good look into, what type of person somebody is. And I can instantly, someone's like, oh, I love hockey. I can say, hey, what do you think Evan Bouchard? And I know exactly how much they know about hockey based on their opinion. I think he's that kind of polarizing guy, honestly.
Hey, Walks, thanks for coming on. As usual, to lead things off, is it pucks or pallets for you today?
Oh, a little bit of both. And then, but I will get in a skate. The wife gets on me if I'm not exercising. You know how it is.
And Donnie P's not with you tomorrow. He's with us in the ERL baseball draft.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
you guys are going to abuse him.
Donnie's going to get.
You are going to abuse him.
Lit up.
Yeah, just don't make any references earlier than 2013. He won't understand them.
Thanks, Walks. Have a good one, man.
Yeah, no problem. And hey, big Jays game today too. I'm not sure. I will watch the opener.
Okay.
I'm always excited for the opener, but I have realized this week I am not. And I heard your interview with Ben Schulman yesterday, but I've not emotionally dealt
with last year yet.
I've realized that, so I might need some therapy before I start watching games.
Hey, that's you got to get back on the horse, man. That's what tonight's all about.
Get on that thing and ride.
I think the A's are going to win.
I will say, like it scarred me so bad. Maybe they just get off to a 30-10 start, and the summer will just be a nice little breeze before the grind of playoff baseball in the fall. But I am scarred enough that like one little hint of adversity, and I am not watching baseball in spring. I'm telling you, I can't do it.
You can do it, Walks, especially because we got the games on 1440, man.
Games over my life, and I'm still not over that loss.
Well, get back on the horse tonight, big guy.
All right.
Thanks, Walks. Andrew Walker, pre and post game show host here on Sports 1440. It's the Blue Jays and A's today. Home openers, you have that, and again, last year, everything. It's one of those games where sometimes the emotion is not, I think the A's are going to, like, the A's, not the Jays. I think the A's win tonight.
I get it. I totally get it. Just flat.
Yes, home openers. I hope the Jays win.
Yeah, or it's a banger. 9-0.
Oh, wouldn't that be something? Vladdy, about 3 dingers.
Exactly. Yeah. Addison.
Duke's so happy because he took Chase DeLauder in a fantasy frenzy. He thinks he's some kind of wizard. Stats don't count this week, Duke. Stats don't count this week.
It's all just good tape, good film.
You know what they say, Duke?
Prep.
No, what do they say?
What do they say?
Well, the horse that...
What?
Yeah.
The horse
Try and say this as well as you did last time.
I know. I heard you. That's why I want to hear you say
the
it.
horse that Shitaki's
fast
first doesn't do it long. I know, because I can't say the word. I know. Kids going to school, man.
Just get Laddie to say it for you.
Oh, boy.
MTR says Mr. Yankee thinks the Jays lose tonight. Shocker. Too bad, MTR. I'm just calling it like I see it, man.
I forgot you do bleed those pinstripes.
7-0 the other night.
Ooh. Your boy Aaron.
Well, you did nothing.
Yeah, I know.
When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440. Maybe we talk a little combine with Eddie Steele and how much this affects the draft, which is coming up in April. And, as Eddie says, you don't play weights. You lift weights.
You play football.
Play football. That's on the Kevin Karius Show with Eddie Steele, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. Remember 2025? That's so last year. But seriously, St. Albert Dodge needs to clear some 2025 models off the lot to make room for new inventory. So they're having a huge clear out of all the remaining new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Saharas. The Sahara package is the best seller, so they have a great selection to choose from and priced from as low as $59.9. I don't have to tell you, these are going to go fast. So get there before they are gone. Just head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
This summer, it's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call-solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit ProSolutionsInc.ca to schedule your service today.
Divorce is never easy, but Fairway Divorce Solutions can help.
Their clear step-by-step process addressed all our issues, and we moved through the process quickly.
Fairway didn't take sides. They saved us money and heartache.
My ex, the kids, and I feel like we'll all be okay.
At Fairway Divorce Solutions, trained mediators and in-house lawyers will move your divorce process forward in a professional and efficient manner to achieve a fair resolution and separation agreement. Visit fairwaydivorce.com.
Edmonton's only 24-hour-a-day sports radio station can be heard anytime, anywhere. Sports 1440 is streaming on your phone, your tablet, your computer. Download an app today and listen to Sports 1440.
Bashaw Concrete Products. From concrete and septic tanks to blocks, precast water pads, jersey barriers, and aggregates. Farmers, contractors, homeowners. Plan your next project at BashawConcrete.com. Family owned, over 60 years pouring. Bashaw Concrete Products. Once again, start here. BashawConcrete.com.
River Cree is the place for all your favorite sports. River Cree Resort and Casino, featuring UFC action and boxing live on the big screens at Tap 25, the MVP of sports bars, and in the center bar. Plus, catch all the biggest games, every goal, every slam dunk. River Cree is also home to the Twin Rinks, where rec hockey and community teams come to play. Public skating available. Details at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Sports 1440. All sports, all day.
On YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Thanks for listening to Edmonton's sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 747 in Edmonton. That's from the request line. My dentist, Dr. Trevor Ushko, wanted to hear Bryan Adams. Actually, in fact, Duke, he texted me and said, if Duke plays that song again, any Bryan Adams song after this break, I'm going to stop listening to you guys. You guess he hates Bryan Adams. But how about, I can't believe that when we had the J-Dog.
His loss.
The J-Dog texts in and he said that they got it hooked up in the dentist chair. And he can watch it. You know, they put her on.
Love that.
You know, and he's
sick.
Yeah.
Sick.
I think that's pretty
Sick.
cool.
How do we look?
Well, I don't know. What do you get? Like, you look like this shirt you got on. It looks like there's a coffee stain on it.
What?
That, like, it looks like there's a coffee stain on it.
You know, as I was putting this shirt on and these jeans on, I actually thought of you, Duke. The last time I wore jeans
Only
in here,
collared shirts. Mondays and
man,
Fridays.
don't pop your collar on me like that.
Casual
Don't
Friday.
pop your
Casual
collar.
Friday, Kevin.
Duke
Collared
says,
shirts.
I like casual Eddie. And I thought, oh man,
do like
I
casual
appreciate that, Duke.
He's a man. He's a man of the people.
Just don't show me a pair of cowboy boots
Yeah.
in these jeans.
Yeah, different.
Kevin Karius Show is presented by Sports Select. It's so easy to play. Just visit sportselect.com, generate the QR code. It's 100% legal. You got to be 18 plus. Please play responsibly. In the break, Eddie kind of whispers over and says, where are we going with this next segment? I said, I don't know. We'll figure it out when we get going. And then the Duke says, oh, the dumb leading the blind.
And I said, I'll blindly follow you, KK. Lead me to the promised land.
There ain't no promised land, baby.
Dry pastures.
We're going to talk hockey at the top of the hour again, bust down the Oilers with Michael Menses from Oilers Nation. So I just wanted to ask you about the Combine this weekend and how much goes into when scouts, like, as you said, you were there, and I mean, Mark Killams with Calgary at the time. How much goes into the Combine from a coaching, scouting perspective, team perspective, organizational perspective, as opposed to film, seeing the player on the field, et cetera, et cetera?
I think the film never lies. That's the one thing in
Are
football.
you trying to get a job with your buddy or what?
The eye in the sky never lies. You know what I mean, KK?
Yeah.
And it's the truth teller. The film will get you a job or get you cut because it shows the little things, the little good things you do in terms of hustle, pursuit angles that you take to, I'm talking defensively, especially to the person with the football, because all that stuff matters. Your leverage in terms of your knee bend, in low man wins always, they say in football. So the film can tell you a lot. but the eye test can tell you almost everything, and especially when we're talking about on field, the one-on-one, the actual football portion of the combine. The lifting weights, that's all fun and dandy, like you mentioned, but you don't play weights, you play football. And that exposes a lot at the combine, especially the one-on-one portion, the stuff where you actually put the pads on and you're click-clacking a little bit.
Right. So just looking at who's coming to the combine here, and yes, there's a lot of university sports, U sports, CIS as you would call it, or I would call it from back in the day. But there seems to be more in this draft anyway. Maybe I'm totally wrong here, Eddie, and you can correct me, please, if I am. There seems to be more, like in the first round or whatever, more Canadian players at American colleges.
You're absolutely right.
So is it just one of those years? What are we looking at? Because, you know, you feel it like I do with CIS and U Sports and where football is. And you talk about programs and how schools invest in programs, especially football, because it's not cheap.
No.
And you know, all of these,
it's the biggest roster in a college.
All these schools would love to shut down their football program.
Absolutely.
They would love for that.
It's like, if you think about the roster alone, no other sport has a roster of 80 people, 80 to 100 human beings. It's a big expense for a school. So,
you know what I'm getting at.
I know exactly what you're getting at. And no, it's not just a this year trend, KK. I think that's where a lot of the kids, a lot of advisors, they're pushing for kids to go down south. That's what a lot of kids are hungry for. And, you know, with good reason. Now, there's money now too down south. We haven't even, I personally haven't even thought of Canadian kids going down and fetching NIL money, which is something that you wouldn't fathom up here in U Sport. So now there's that draw too to want to go down there. So lots of kids are going down playing NC2A ball. And the reality is you're going to have a better opportunity to be noticed by the pro level scouts if you're playing better competition, which is down south. That's just the reality. I'm not poo-pooing U Sport. I'm U Sport till I die. But that's the facts of it. And that's why a lot of kids are itching to go and play NC2A ball.
Right.
And there's also, we have to now include all these, I don't want to use the term fake nationals, fake Canadians, but there's a lot of them popping up every year more and more, where your grandma's uncle's cousin was born in Toronto and all of a sudden you get a Canadian passport and you're a national, even though you've never stepped foot on Canadian soil. And that happens a lot more frequently than we think nowadays.
The other thing too is I always call them over scouts. And these are guys that, you know, could easily make a CFL roster. Their dream is to play in the NFL still. And if you draft them too high, I call that an over scout, because you're wasting a pick in the first round that you could pick on someone that you know is going to help your team.
Very well
like
said.
like an Austin Pastor. I stood beside the guy on the sideline here.
Yeah.
They brought him up. You could just see he's looking around. He goes, "This is all right. I'm staying here like 15 minutes."
Yeah. He has bigger fish to fry in his mind, in their minds. And you're right. Sometimes you'll see a guy go in the first, second round, and he's not back in the CFL for 4 or 5 years.
I mean,
if,
you know,
if he comes,
like, you know, Calgary took Chuba Hubbard in whatever round 4 or 5 a couple of years ago. Well,
it's like drafting the rights, essentially. That's all it is.
Yeah. Our buddy Jason Strudwick texted me a couple minutes ago and says, and I think this is more directed to you, Eddie, watching you two helps suppress my appetite.
Ooh. He says it's directed to me, KK?
No, it was both of us. Watching
I didn't want to
two-
flame you too bad.
Watching you two helps me suppress my appetite.
I had some daggers I could have thrown at you, but it's a
What are you
Friday.
talking about?
It's
a
all
nice,
it's
beautiful
love daggers.
collared
It's
shirt.
love darts. It's all love darts.
You know
we'll
what?
call
You know
them.
what this logo is right here? Duke should know what it is.
It looks
Right
like
here?
you got that. It looks extra.
Huh? No, it's this is a George Strait shirt. Like George Strait has a brand of shirts. This is a George Strait.
Why is it dual logoed on the?
It's like George,
Or is that a
this
spill?
no.
Is that other one a spill?
No.
I'm talking about
Listen.
spills. To be honest, the gray white color of that looks like straight seagull crap on your chest.
That's what that coffee stain is. Just do it. Come on, wake up.
He said coffee stain.
Hey, who like the Elks pick third? I mean,
okay, I'm glad you brought this up. I've heard some rumblings out there that they would potentially pick linebacker. That's a position that they would look to pick, and that's
so the best linebacker is the kid out of Rutgers.
And there's a linebacker if there's one available. I firmly disagree with that. I mean, they just picked DeBlanco first overall a couple drafts ago. They just cut Niles Morgan because their linebacker room is full because they have so many guys that can play. I don't think that they should go linebacker, but
so
it's my 2 cents.
What should they go then?
If they're depending on what the receivers look like, depending how they come out of testing and one-on-ones, receiver. But you know me, and don't roll your eyes. Don't no. Just any lineman.
Okay,
any lineman, the D or O.
Okay.
And Ed is doing it right now with the signings. Football is won from the trenches out. And Ed is doubling down on that and continue to do that. You can never have enough good linemen. You can't. And I'm not being biased, man. Talk to anybody who knows ball. It starts up front. And this team hasn't had the hoggies on both sides of the ball.
Top of the hour, we're going to bust down the Oilers' big win last night in Vegas, 4-3 in overtime. That moves them 2 points ahead of Vegas in the Pacific Division standings. Anaheim just keeps winning, though. And that means the Oilers remain 5 back of the Ducks. Pardon me, 7 back of the... No, 5 back. Vegas is 7 back. 5 back of the Ducks in the Pacific Division standings. And that sets up a big, big game tomorrow afternoon when the Ducks visit Rogers Place for a 1:30 puck drop. We'll bust that down with Michael Menses from Oilers Nation coming up right after the break. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by All Star Construction. They shape and build Edmonton communities, specializing in underground utilities like power, gas, telecommunications, and street lighting. That's All Star Construction. Here is the Duke.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Edmonton Oilers pick up a big 2 points last night in Las Vegas, winning 4-3 in overtime over the Golden Knights. Connor McDavid, 3 points in the victory. Evan Bouchard netting the OT winner. 12 of the games around the NHL, many with playoff implications. The Habs beat the Blue Jackets 2-1. Penguins get past the Senators 4-3 in a shootout. Took overtime at the Kraken, get the extra point over Tampa Bay, 4-3 the final. Panthers fall to the Wild 3-2. Dallas losing on Long Island 2-1. Blues beat the Sharks 2-1 in overtime. Jets fall to the Avalanche 3-2. Ducks win a 4th in a row 3-2 over Calgary in overtime. Mammoth fall to Washington 7-4. And the Kings blank the Canucks 4-0. In the NBA, just 3 games last night. Charlotte beating the Knicks 114-103. Pistons continue to roll 129-108 winners over New Orleans and Orlando. 30 points for Paolo Banchero. They beat Sacramento 121-117. March Madness Sweet 16 action last night. Iowa pulling off the upset over Nebraska with a 77-71 victory. And at the buzzer, Purdue takes it over Texas 79-77. Night games a little more lopsided. Arizona beating Arkansas 109-88. And Illinois upsetting Houston 65-55. Opening day in the major leagues and no shortage of action. Opening it up, Mets beat the Pirates 11-7. The Cubbies fall to the Nationals 10-4. Orioles get past the Twins 2-1. And the Seattle Mariners, they fall to Cleveland 6-4. Coming up in hour 2 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Michael Menzies from Oilers Nation, and we'll check in with a new edition of In or Out. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
One app, triple the action. Play Alberta is proof that good things do come in threes. Whether you're into playing any of our exciting casino games, betting on your favorite professional sports teams from around the world, or buying into Canada's biggest lotteries, Play Alberta is the province's only app to do it all. Download today and discover a new way to play. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Don't let equipment failure stop you cold. At AWS Welding in Nisku, our factory-trained service techs are on hand for all welding equipment repairs. We're a fully warranted center for Miller, Lincoln, and ESAB. And we service all makes and models. Proper, regular service extends the life of your gear and keeps it running at peak capacity. Don't wait for a breakdown. Book your service appointment today at 780-979-0470. AWS Welding. We make it happen.
Today on Hey Culligan, how smart is your water? Here's Tracy.
Hey Culligan, I think my water might be dumb.
Good news, Tracy. Your water's not dumb. It's just not talking to you.
You can make my water talk.
No, but the new Culligan Smart Drinking Water System can talk to your phone to tell you when your water filters need changing and help you meet drinking water goals.
Now that's some brilliant H2O.
You said it, Tracy, and we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at culligan.ca.
Want sports talk on the go?
You can listen to 1440 on the AM dial or stream us on your mobile device through apps like Radio Player, iHeart, and Stingray Music.
Edmonton sports fans,
Turn to Sports 1440.
1440.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at edmontonexpocentre.com today.
Fast track your financial goals with a special rate term deposit from Vision Credit Union. For a limited time, take advantage of a great rate on 1, 3, or 5-year terms. Plus, as a Vision Credit Union member, you can earn up to 25% more on your interest through profit shares. For details, contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca. That's visioncu.ca.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 8:02 in Edmonton. It's Playlist Friday. Get them in, we'll get them on. 833-401-1440. That is from the request line. Duke, do you remember who requested that one? Duke, you can't.
It's a good one.
We just had a whole whack of them come in from Jumpin' Jack Flash. As I said, our buddy Struds texted and said that the way Eddie and I look suppresses his appetite. So I texted Struds back because Eddie says, Struddy, it's time to take...
I just meant
go the Bic way.
Yeah, Strud. Have you ever heard of a Bic razor? I could put you on the Fusion 5 because you're due.
Here's the thing: Struds doesn't know what you're talking about. He texted me back and he says, "The recession has stopped. I'm good to go." Struds, when you figure it out, or if you don't figure it out, Eddie and I will explain to you right after we talk to Michael Menses. Mark Spector not in today. He is flying back home from Vegas. So this is On the Mend with Michael Menses, brought to you by, you like that one?
Well played.
Brought to you by Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. March Madness is finally here. Yeah, March Madness is no joke. It's just giveaways, no phony prizes, just a good old-fashioned deal. See more at northgategm.com as we welcome in Michael Menses from Oilers Nation. Morning, Michael. You're with Kevin Karius. Eddie Steele, thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, on the mend. I could get used to that.
You like that?
That's all right.
I just came up with that just like that, you know.
Wow. Broadcasting professional. It's great. Good morning, fellas. How is everybody feeling?
Oh, it's Friday. Feel good Friday. Eddie's in a good mood. Struds is texting, What more do you want?
Yeah, good banter here on this Friday, and everybody feeling good. Oilers 4-point road trip. They're they're suckering us back in, this team. I tell you what.
They know how to get us, man.
That's how it goes. But again, you know, when the team puts it together, and everyone knows that they can play at this level and within themselves where the mistakes aren't as egregious and everyone is maybe focused on attention to detail. Everyone knows that they have that in their game. It's just a matter of executing it. And we've seen it in the last little bit more so than we've seen it throughout the year. Now it's about stacking this up here, Michael. It's stacking some periods together, some games together, some wins together. And that's the goal for the team heading down the stretch here.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, look, it's been a flawed season. It hasn't been, you know, the tremendous regular season that, you know, that they aspired for when they started this year. But ultimately, that doesn't matter right now. You know, it's like you mentioned, they got to stack wins and they got to find a version of their game that they can replicate here heading into the postseason. And I think post the Olympic break, they've been, you know, slowly getting to that where it's a low event style of game. You've heard Chris Knobloch and a lot of the players talk about it. We want to play this style of game a lot more. You know, I think we've seen, for the most part, they've been able to accomplish that, and then they have their setbacks. But, you know, the road victories here against Vegas have been huge here in the month of March. Obviously, a road win in Colorado. But continuing to accumulate points here, especially against the Pacific Division. And obviously, Connor McDavid, he said a lot of things on Saturday, the quote-unquote pillow fight division, but the Oilers are 12-5-3 now against divisional opponents. So as flawed as they've been winning the games that they need to win in division, and 6 of their last 9 are going to be against the Pacific. They have to find their game, and they're going to be allowed to against this branch of competition. So there was a lot to like, I think, out of last night's game too.
Yeah. Michael, you mentioned that since the Olympic break that they've been playing more low event hockey. How much do you attribute this low event hockey to the roster moves with the acquisition of a guy like Murphy or Dickinson, or B, the addition of Paul Coffey back into the mix? How much would you weigh that on either of those?
Well, I think they got to play a part here for sure. And I think, you know, for a team that's played the amount of hockey that they've played the last 2 regular seasons, and then to start out, and you think of some of the runs they had in their schedule, whether it was all the road games they had back in November, right, where they were on the road so much and they weren't practicing, and, you know, and I know every team has to go through it, but each individual team has their own unique challenges in going through that. And the Oilers, as we know, they know what to do, but their mental focus and determination in getting it done, sometimes that's going to lack. And I know Matthias Ekholm has talked about that at times too. And I think Ekholm's a great person to, you know, hear what's on his mind about, hey, like, yeah, we know it, but, you know, some nights it's a little bit harder to conjure up, and it seemed to be when there's, you know, a third game in a row to win for this team, because we know that's been a struggle. But, you know, Paul Coffey, that's just another familiar face on the bench, and it also allowed Chris Knobloch, another individual. They'd gone from, you know, a 4-man coaching staff to a 3-man coaching staff. And then you talk about the new ads and Jason Dickinson and Connor Murphy, and you know, I think Oiler fans are thrilled from what they're seeing. You know, Dickinson had the great quote before the game yesterday where he said, you know, I haven't really had that many run-ins with Vegas, so I probably don't hate them as much as, you know, the Edmonton fan. And then, well, in the first period, he certainly was, you know, right in the thick of it. And Connor Murphy, too, he takes no guff from anybody, and he kind of auto sheds against Cole Smith. And, you know, he's not going to back down. So I think they give the Oilers an edge, but that can also play that they've missed here through the first 55 games in the season.
Well, here's the thing with those two guys in Murphy and Dickinson, as we're speaking with Michael Menzies from Oilers Nation. They haven't had meaningful games, the two of them, for an awful long time. Down the stretch in Chicago, it's been the last several years, it's been tough going, tough sledding. These two guys now are seeing what it's like to be in this fight. So full marks for both of them. I mean, they are going to be so critical moving down the stretch. What do you think of the pairing there between Nurse and Murphy right now, Michael, in the sense that this could turn into a hell of a shutdown pair? And I really think that Connor Murphy's dragging Darnell Nurse into this fight, if you want to call it that, but to get him to play at a level where we haven't seen Darnell play for a while.
Yeah, I think there's a chemistry that is developing there. Murphy talked about that before the game yesterday, about how they're kind of, kindred spirits a little bit in the way that they want to play. And Murphy enjoys the intensity that Nurse plays with. And I think it sort of reciprocates each other in how they approach things. And, and there you got Nurse last night, blowing kisses to the Vegas bench and getting involved. And I think that's what, Oiler fans that they want to see more of from Nurse at certain times. And, the puck plays are one thing. And I think Nurse is, it's been up and down in the last few years about what he can do with that first pass or creating. But on the other side of it, he can be an emotional leader for this team when he's dialed in. And I think Murphy, to your point, he's excited to play in big hockey games. He's hungry. It's happened very little in his NHL career, and I think he's really revving up for the ride.
Yeah, they got a little nasty to them, that pairing. I like it. Who was it that Nurse dumped yesterday over the net? Howden. Yeah, I like that, man. It's good to see that version of Darnell, right? Because that's when I believe he's ultimately at his best, is be a defensive-minded defenseman, use that skating to help you defensively, and then just be a dog out there.
Well, and Murphy hasn't played a playoff game yet in front of fans.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wait, when he walked,
the juices,
when they
boy.
come out of the tunnel, like he won't believe this. He won't believe what it's like.
I got chills right now.
Yeah, it'll be fun for them, and I think they're really thriving on that. And I think, them coming from the same team in Chicago also helped, as opposed to maybe pulling multiple players from different teams. The penalty kill last night, that may have been the story, and the Oilers had given up a goal while on the kill for 3 straight games heading into last night. Well, they didn't yesterday, 3 for 3 on somewhat of a controversial call, I thought, in overtime. But man, they gutted it out for that 2-minute stretch. Ingram didn't get rattled. They stayed composed. Nurse is able then to, get up into the rush right afterwards, and they flip ice to make it an offensive zone draw, and then they score immediately afterwards. So, I mean, that was probably the biggest single penalty kill of the season, too.
Michael Menzies with us here on the Kevin Karius Show with Eddie Steele. When you look at this game tomorrow, expectations against Anaheim, Michael, even at the beginning of the week, I said, with these two games being a night game and then an afternoon game, I thought the goaltending would be split. To me now, it's probably leaning towards Ingram to start. Just an overall thought about a massive game. If you want any sniff of the Pacific Division crown, you got to win tomorrow in regulation.
Well, yeah, and then the Ducks, they just keep finding ways to come back in games. And, Calgary can't even tank right here. They win 4 in a row, and then, come on, at least hang on to this one. And then they lose the lead and whatever else. But, this game is going to be – look, the Oilers, I think in the month of March, they're starting their weeks with wins and then ending their weeks with losses. And so, again, the emotional ride, I think, for fans as they go through it, starting with a high and then going to a low. And, matinee games have not been the Oilers' forte. But this is a biggie, and you can't I would just like them to, kind of survive one of these sort of spot games. You know what I mean? The team goes out 2-game road trip. They win both. There can be flat spots coming home, and it just can't be. And this team has not survived many of those quote unquote flat spots. We saw it last week, and they were flat against Florida, and just flat against Dallas. And it's been a trend all season long where they haven't been able to, cut and paste their same performance and their sort of emotional intensity in these games for a stretch. So that's what I'm really looking at too, because look, you'll get a couple days afterward before you play Seattle. The Ducks, this is a biggie, and the Ducks they're scoring goals, man. They play a fun, exciting brand of hockey that really is entertaining. And it's interesting about the goaltending. I mean, Jari started both games against the Ducks. So that's, I think, a reason to maybe give Anaheim Ingram here. And again, he was declared the starter for this team. I thought it was one of his best games of the season yesterday, and I think you got to go Ingram.
Michael, as always, thanks for spending some time with us. How come you didn't make her for the nation vacation? Were you not invited to this or what?
Yeah. Apparently, I'm not quite there yet in the company, but good enough to stay at home and quote unquote hold down the fort. So yeah, there's been a lot of FOMO here, especially after that dump of snow, and it was plus 35 there the last couple of days. So am I bitter? No, never.
Yes, you are bitter.
Why don't you twist that screwdriver a little more, KK?
Well, come on now. I mean, like this guy's holding down the fort, Eddie, while everyone's having a little joyride down in Vegas. He's a team guy, Eddie.
Team player.
That's right. Hey, I'm like just Jason Dickinson and Connor Murphy. This is my first run, so I'll do what the team needs.
Have a good one, big fella.
Yeah, enjoy the weekend, fellas. Thanks so much.
Michael Menses from Oilers Nation. That would suck, hey, Eddie? Everyone's down there having fun. It would be like everyone on, your team going down for a little vacation, and they say, Eddie, maybe just stay back and hold down the fort.
Kind of be like that vacation we all took here, huh, Duke, where we didn't tell KK?
What are you talking about?
Exactly. You didn't hear about this one.
Well, how about
we
this?
We had a fun time on the beach.
Whatever. So next Friday we're off, and I said to Eddie, do you want to come in on Thursday? You come in because Laddie's not here, and Eddie goes, no, I can't make it in.
Well, I said yes initially, but then I realized no.
That's so disappointing, Eddie.
It's a hard no, actually.
Terribly disappointing.
I know you'll miss the company. I'll miss the paycheck, but duty calls.
If you say so, Eddie. Coming up after the break, we'll get to some of your texts, 833-401-1440. Again, it is Playlist Friday. Get them in. Duke will get them on. We've had some really good requests, some really good ones, Eddie. Do you have yours in?
I have a good one.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. You'll know it.
I will know it?
You'll for sure know
it. That's
it.
Exciting. And then, obviously, we'll go in or out with Eddie. I think he can stay past 9 because he has his coffee stain Just Do It shirt on today.
Better than that bird crap stain you got.
What bird? What are you talking about? Where?
Oh, it's a button.
Oh man, Eddie, you are a piece of work. It's the Kevin Karius Show with Eddie Steele, Duke of Delburne on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We are presented by Sports Select, and we're streaming as well on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch. With the lead up to the playoffs underway, players are definitely stepping up their game.
And the fans are doing the same. Simple snacks like chips and dip may work at the front half of the season, but now more and more fans are rocking the Wilhauk beef jerky for game time get-togethers.
Just make sure you bring enough for everyone if you want to be invited back for the playoffs.
Make your next hockey game day a Will Hockey game day with Wilhauk beef jerky, only available in Leduc. Get yours today because you don't win games with salad.
Great news for your weekend project. CFI, that's Custom Floors Inc., is now open 6 days a week with Saturday hours from 10 till 2. Get top quality Canadian products from Beaulieu with the convenience you need. For your free estimate, visit CFI at customfloorsinc.ca.
At Fountain Tire, the savings come in threes. Up to 25% off select tires, a mail-in rebate of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires, and $50 off a $150 service. We're basically the BLT of savings. Until April 25th. Restrictions apply. Book today.
NHL Star Sticks are back at McDonald's, and we're celebrating by going bigger.
Make that smaller, way smaller than ever before.
Collect the set and get one of 7 mini sticks with every NHL Star Sticks meal. Featuring McDavid, Matthews, Quinn Hughes, Makar, Celebrini, Reinhardt, and Montembeau. So get yours while they last. 1 stick per meal purchase. Limited time at participating Canadian restaurants.
You see it? Fusion Promo Marketing can make it. Fusion makes high-quality, memorable promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. From vision to reality, get noticed and remembered. Fusion with a Z. Promomarketing.ca.
This hockey season, before every game, check out the pregame show with Andrew Walker on Sports 1440. It's brought to you by Titan Supply, your only source for rigging, lifting, and hauling products. Visit titansupply.ca.
Every morning, you look in the mirror and see less of yourself. Hair loss can feel like losing a part of who you are.
But it doesn't have to be that way. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we understand the pain of hair loss. Our advanced hair restoration solutions won't just bring back your hair, they'll help you face the mirror with confidence.
Good morning, you sexy beast.
Visit drvanceelliott.com today because it's time to be the man you remember.
Ah, yes, Alberta in March. Green beer and slushy roads. Where the only thing worse than the roads is trusting them. If your brakes are squealing louder than a pub on game night, or your shocks feel like they found potholes instead of a pot of gold, it's time to go to Napa Auto Parts. With over 85 locations in Alberta, Napa has the quality parts, tools, equipment, and know-how to keep your ride smooth and feeling confident, more than lucky. Visit your local store today or visit online at napacanada.com. That's Napa Know-How.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 823 in Edmonton. From the request line, Duke, who is that again?
David Onco.
Oh, wow. Eddie was even tapping.
Well, that's a banger. Who's that? I'm writing that name down. David who?
What do you
David.
think? You're going to download him?
Alan Co. C-O-E. Yeah, Kevin, the wonders of modern technology, pretty much every song that's ever been recorded is essentially at your fingertips.
I actually can go and download.
Yeah, but
it.
Eddie's not.
Sorry, not at your fingertips, at other people's fingertips.
But I'm thinking of Eddie putting on his cowboy boots.
Oh, yeah.
Tucking in the jeans.
Eddie boot stomping around the homestead, listening to that song,
You
The
don't know
Ride.
how to two-step.
That's my
What is
boots
that?
on the ground.
That's him click-clacking around with his
that's the boots.
spurs,
Do that
his
again.
spurs
What
on.
is that? Sound like a horse.
I could have went a different way. Duke, I think you know where.
Nowhere. What?
Nowhere.
What's
We'll leave it.
going on? What? And Eddie, you asked me. You said in the break. Ask me what I'm doing on the weekend.
Oh,
I think that was last break.
That was a couple of segments ago.
Whatever, man.
A couple of segments ago. But thank you. I will be at the Home and Garden Show this weekend, as you
Doing
know,
what?
that's taking place.
For what?
I'll be down at a booth with our boys Richie DeClue, Brad Hutchinson from HCC Mechanical.
Really?
Yeah, they're having a nice booth set up
You got
for
all
their
your
company.
products out there or what?
No, not my products. I'm just gonna be out there for a little meet and greet with the
you're
Grey
gonna
Cup
sign
ring.
some autographs?
Yeah,
Really?
be out there supporting the boys. So if you're out at the Home and Garden, come on down, check us out, HCC Mechanical.
You're gonna see,
I'll be there.
You're gonna see Brian Baumler?
Maybe.
You know who that is?
No.
Well, I think they bring him in every year for this show.
Okay.
Brian Baumler's pretty big time guy on HD.
I've heard the
TV.
name.
Yeah, I mean it's Brian's Island, Life of Brian. He's got about
Oh
a
yeah,
million
yeah,
shows.
Life of Brian.
The
Yeah,
guy
I've heard that.
The guy hasn't had a hammer in his hand for 20 years.
Just the TV in his
Yeah,
face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I actually watched the one show a little bit with when they bought the island or whatever and the resort.
I don't mind some of those shows.
Yeah.
I'm more into the food ones though. Beat Bobby Flay.
You wouldn't know.
Come on, Kevin.
Eddie.
I can maneuver in the kitchen.
You know what? We should have like one of these.
I would
cook-offs.
love to. I was just thinking we should.
Like a cook-off where you have 10 minutes to prepare a dish.
Yeah. What would you do?
Oh, I would probably do like well,
I
if
guess
you-
it depends
if you
on-
have to cook it in the tent. Like Eddie, what we should do is do the like outside. There's that one show that it's the grill, whatever, and they got all the pits. Everyone's got their
Yes.
own barbecue pit.
Yeah.
I would demolish you at that.
Do you remember Rob? I want to say Rainford was his name. He was the brother, licensed to grill.
Okay.
He had that show. You remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Did you ever watch
Dunnigan's.
Matt Dunnigan's?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, he was funny on there.
Yeah, that was
the Duke.
I loved it,
Yeah.
man. I love those grilling shows.
Well, the way he talked, and he had the big guns out, and
He did.
he's wearing Eddie Steele
Mediums.
type t-shirts, boys husky, and then he had all those girls in there, and they were like his sous chefs, and
Yeah.
they were preparing, and and he'd get his
And
fingers in there.
he's
yeah.
got that personality,
Yeah.
right?
I wonder why that was kind of canceled or like
It
was
didn't.
only one season.
I want to say there was a couple of
there?
seasons. Yeah, I thought there was a couple, but it didn't go too far.
No, I don't know why, because I enjoyed it. Well, just because it was Dunnigan too. Yeah, don't see much of him anymore, huh?
You know what your hair reminds me of?
Dunnigan.
No, a little bit of Guy Fieri.
Oh, stop. Wouldn't mind having Guy Fieri's bankroll.
Oh,
that guy pulls in some cake, man.
From which one of his 38 restaurants?
Well, it's more of the shows. I think.
I know, but he's got even
Oh.
the franchises just to have his name, right?
Yeah.
Just yeah.
Yeah, those guys are like between him and Bobby
Bobby
Flay.
Flay.
Those two guys are basic.
What about Buddy? You know Buddy?
Buddy, who?
Cake Boss.
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, you don't know Buddy? From I want to say New York, but he was the guy who had the Cake Boss show where he would do up all the crazy fancy cakes. Super Italian. Cannolis, come and get a cannoli.
When I was growing up, there were two shows that were on CBC because you only had two channels, right? There was Walk with Yan that was on, like, this would be like 4:00. And then there was an old guy who was just fabulous. And I actually bought his cookbook. His name was James Barber. They called him the urban peasant. And this guy was so in the kitchen, like he would make stuff and he'd cut his finger all the time, but he would make stuff and it wouldn't work out. And he'd look and he'd go, so you just work on the fly. And then he would totally change everything and he threw everything in the pot and he just fired it up. But Walk with Yan was a funny guy because, well, you couldn't understand him.
Yeah.
Couldn't
But he was
understand
in
him.
there frying it up. I thought you would have grew up on like Road to Avonlea or Anna Green
Oh,
Gables.
Stop it.
Hey, the original cook though was Buddy. Not Buddy, Emerald.
Oh,
Bam.
yeah. Emerald Agassi. Yeah.
He was the original.
HVAC Nick says if Eddie wants people to show up to his meet and greet, he needs Kevin's purple dress shirt with him to bring the people.
No, I
in.
want people to come and meet and greet,
come
not
on
run
now.
away.
Yeah.
They would think, who's this Barney guy in this shirt?
Jordan says Eddie, assless chaps of steel.
Whoa. Why they got to be bootyless?
I don't know.
You want to see those buns of steel?
No. That is something.
They're
bad.
firm.
All chaps are assless. That's what makes them chaps.
Ooh, I
I
didn't
think
know.
it's what he's wearing underneath.
Yeah, it's if you don't have any pants on underneath. the
Hey,
chaps.
speaking of underneath, at least I wear undies,
Yeah.
buddy.
Crazy,
Mr. Commando.
crazy Kevin
Whatever.
Karius.
Commando Kevin over
We
here.
had a lot of compliments on that. People
Compliments.
People texted it and said that's great. I'm out there, Jerry, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Hang out, wang out.
Ballmer versus Steele, Jordan says down at the home show.
All right, let's do it.
You don't even know what he looks like. You guys could be.
He's
twins,
going to
though.
come to my meet and greet.
No, he won't. I could text him if you want because I got his number.
Of course. There we go, Duke. Ooh, big player.
Well, we were employed by Chorus, same company. Met many times. He would come to the studio all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. We talked many times about projects and things like that.
Drop him a line.
Right now, why?
Right now. Let's see if he replies.
I'm busy.
You're going to be left on red.
Text 833-401-1440. Jordan says, I see Kevin pulling out the alphabetized Rolodex.
Oh, it's a deep one. You got that phone book.
Absolutely.
You know everybody.
Yeah. Hey, if you're not doing anything tonight, head down to Rogers Place, taking the Oil Kings and Saskatoon Blades. You can't have more fun than watching junior hockey. And the Oil Kings will have Kurt Hill on in the 10 o'clock hour to discuss, how we put this team together. Because we mentioned it many times, Eddie, that junior hockey's cyclical. And you acquire draft picks, trade out all your 19-year-olds or 20-year-olds if your team's not doing so well. And then you send those picks the other way, when you're trying to acquire some players to make a run. So this is an opportunity for them to do that. So what else is on your plate, Eddie, that you'd like to talk about?
Actually, funny. This is a funny one.
The show to go to?
This is a funny one. So as I'm pulling up to the CFL dinner on Tuesday, I guess, the coach's dinner, Wednesday, I see this big old suit walking up, big body.
Yeah.
I get a little closer. It's Radomski, the rad man walking up. And so I'm at my table and I'm watching and I pull my chair back and I look behind. And it's the rad man right behind me. We sat right next to each other essentially the whole dinner. Didn't know we were there until later on. And I said, man, I saw that big back walking up here. I saw you.
How many people were at that?
It was
good.
Good amount. Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple hundred.
I
for sure.
I thought, listen, I know what they're trying to do. You're trying to talk about the CFL and have incorporated into the combine and everything. To me, it's a weird time.
The timing is weird for sure to have the
feel
coach
like
of the year. You would think that would be done at the awards banquet, the league awards banquet. But this is for amateur ball too. So, there was a lot of amateur coaches in the room from across the province, and they were recognizing different amateur coaches at different levels. So it was more than just the CFL coach of the year. So it was a nice banquet for football, the sport in general, and especially our province.
I forgot. I got the coach, Jim, texted me yesterday. I got to get back to him because he's doing a camp here with Lawal Uwak coming up. And
Nice.
we're going to have Lawal on next week to talk about camp and things that's with Football Alberta. So I know you're listening, Jim. You listen every day. So I'll get back to you on that. And we'll get Lawal in. He's been in before. This is another guy that's got a great future still.
Totally.
Going.
Couple of good dudes, both Luwal and Coach Jim.
Yeah, Coach Jim's a great guy. I was at we were at the high school. What game was it? It was a JP Bowl. I can't remember who. It was Ainley and team out of Calgary. I can't remember now. But we watched that game. It was cold that day. We were watching it together in the stands. Playlist Friday wants. I can't remember, or we don't have a name on. Little Less Conversation by Elvis. Oh, one of my all-time favorite songs.
The King.
Hey, don't sleep on the road to Avonlea. Quality Canadian program.
I grew up watching it too, but I like Kevin. I thought that would have been like a staple on one of the two channels you got.
No. Rich sent a picture in from the Home and Garden Show. He's got his HCC heating and cooling, so he's got it all ready to go. Right by looks like some Napoleon stuff too. So
it's a nice looking setup.
There it is. Yeah, like he sent a picture. It's got the banner. He's got everything ready to go.
It's clean. It's a clean setup.
Look, there's no chair for you, Eddie.
I won't need a chair.
Well, there's no space for you. I'm just looking at the picture.
That's okay. I'll be
You're
roaming.
way in the back. You're right behind one of the
I'll
appliances.
be roaming. So if you want to get your paws on a Grey Cup ring, I'll let you hold it. Come on down.
Come on down. 833-401-1440. I think, Duke, you sent something about the Pacific Division last night. Everyone's been, crapping on the Pacific Division, and it was a pretty successful night for the old Pacific, the Pac-10. Huh?
Hey.
They were looking good last night.
They did.
How many points by all the teams, Duke?
A lot.
10, 11?
11 total.
Wow.
Couple 3-point games, including Edmonton and Vegas, Anaheim and Calgary. So that helps.
6 there.
San Jose got a loser point. Seattle won in overtime. And then LA shut out Vancouver.
Duke, I got to give your team some love. Everybody knows they're in first place, but I just got to give you the love, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you.
The Ducks.
Congratulations on what?
Just
having a good team.
Cheering. They're not always good, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you cheered for them during lean years and you stayed a loyal fan. So it's just nice to see them, turn the corner like this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Did you see the text from Brownie that he just sent?
No.
To you?
We'll read it out
I'm not
loud.
getting into all this because, I don't know, whatever.
You have to now.
Sure.
Can't leave me out of the loop.
If you need an extra player at Shinny, I can go black or white. I can go either way. You said.
Amen, Brownie. Me too.
Glad somebody can appreciate a good joke
Sign
when
us up.
they hear one.
Man, I got it.
Yeah, I know you got it, but you're trying to gotcha me.
Yeah.
I won't have it. I can't be gotcha.
Mont and Jumpin' Jack Flash, my buddy Mont, said the Galloping Gourmet, Graham Kerr. That was another old cooking show. You should have a cooking show, Eddie.
You know what kind of show?
You'd be like a sous chef, though.
You remind me, actually, in your personality. What was his name? The painter.
What paint? No, that guy with the afro?
The afro painter.
Oh, stop it.
That's what you remind me of. Just painting
Not
farm
a sniff.
posters.
No, not a sniff.
And check out my grain of corn in the wind.
Did you have a look at in or out here?
I had a quick little peek.
Hey, Big Salmon. Yeah, I got to remember this too. Hey, KK, don't forget the Men's World Curling Championship kicks off today. Go Team Dunstone. Thanks for that, Big Sam. Yeah, I forgot about that. I saw Dunstone doing some interview, and they said, "What time did you shut her down after he won the Brier?" He goes, I don't know, like 9:30 a.m. Newfoundland time. Like it's almost like he didn't even remember where he was. Oh, man. When we come back, we're going to go in or out with Eddie Steele on the Kevin Carey Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
It's Truck Month at Wolf GMC Buick, and we know trucks. And we have the best deals of the year right now. Some have 0% for 4 years. We have 0% for 6 years. That's on our #1 selling GMC Sierra half-ton crew cab, or the Elevation, the AT4, or Denali. Yep, 0% for 72 months. And Costco members get an extra discount on some of our SUVs. Pop in today and drive away smiling. Wolf GMC Buick. We're making it easy.
At Fountain Tire, the savings come in threes. Up to 25% off select tires, a mail-in rebate of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires, and $50 off $150 service. We're basically the BLT of savings. Until April 25th. Restrictions apply. Book today.
Business owners, if rising electricity costs are cutting into your profits, there's a smarter way forward. Right now, federal clean technology tax credits can cover 30 to over 50% of the cost of a commercial solar system, delivering an immediate return on your investment. And in Edmonton and Sturgeon County, the Commercial Clean Energy Improvement Program offers long-term financing for up to 20 years, making solar more affordable than ever. Lock in lower energy costs for decades and strengthen your bottom line. Visit GreatCanadianSolar.com to get started. One app, triple the action. Play Alberta is proof that good things do come in threes. Whether you're into playing any of our exciting casino games, betting on your favorite professional sports teams from around the world, or buying into Canada's biggest lotteries, Play Alberta is the province's only app to do it all. Download today and discover a new way to play. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique family-owned independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
The WHL playoffs return to Rogers Place. Family fun that's second to none, starting at just $20 a seat. Tonight, your Edmonton Oil Kings have home ice advantage as they face the Saskatoon Blades in Game 1 of their first round series. Then, Family Fun Sunday, your Oil Kings turn up the heat for Game 2 with Saskatoon. Special 2 p.m. puck drop with pregame bouncy castles, face painting, and more. Plus, at every playoff home game, score Calmon Kids food combos for $10 or less. Edmonton Oil Kings, Saskatoon Blades. Game 1 tonight at 7. Game 2 Sunday. Great seats at Rogers Place. Start at only $20. Save on day of game pricing now at oilkings.ca.
Got that feeling? The one that makes you want to roll the windows down and just drive? A puddle! That's not just spring fever. That's a sign that it's time to visit Nisku Ford. They've got the cure for your driving fever with their biggest offers of the year. Get rebates as high as $12,000 on select new models, or drive away with 0% interest. Don't just dream about the open road. Own it. Find your cure for spring fever at niskuford.ca. Above expectations.
Fast track your financial goals with a special rate term deposit from Vision Credit Union. For a limited time, take advantage of a great rate on 1, 3, or 5-year terms. Plus, as a Vision Credit Union member, you can earn up to 25% more on your interest through profit shares. For details, contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca. That's visioncu.ca.
The Kevin Karius Show, breaking down Edmonton's favorite teams, even though his favorite Junior A hockey team is the Yorkton Terriers. Thanks for checking in with Sports 1440.
Oh, welcome back to the big program. So that's from the request line, but in studio, Eddie Steele's request.
In-house.
Who is it? I don't have no sniff.
You don't know this
No,
one?
why would
Regular?
I?
Come on.
Well, I'd like to tune.
Warren G, Nate Dogg, Warren G.
Never heard of them. What are they? Big.
A little bit of West Coast.
Is that old?
Yes.
See, I guess
90s,
I'm more
early
I guess I'm
2000.
more East Coast guy, right?
Oh,
See,
you're,
like,
you're that guy.
Well, I'm like
You love Puff Daddy.
Christopher Wallace.
Diddy guy, huh?
No, we talked about this, Eddie, many times. East Coast, West Coast. We talked about all this stuff.
One flew over the cuckoo's nest there.
What?
Diddy. He's not a guy. You don't want to be a Diddy guy.
No, I'm
He's East Coast though.
VIG.
Yeah, that's a Diddy guy.
What's that song again, Duke? What's my favorite song by
Biggie, Biggie, Biggie. Can't you see?
Yeah, I love that song. Sometimes your words mystify me.
Hypnotize me. Mystify.
Hey, the Kevin Karius Show is presented by Sports Select. We talked about that QR code. We have been for weeks. If you don't like it, use the paper selection slips. Just go down to your local Lotto Spot retailer. It's 100% legal. You got to be 18 plus. Please play responsibly. Hey, time now for In or Out. Brought to you by Pro Solutions. If you need fast air conditioning service, Pro Solutions offers expert repairs, tune-ups, even installs with flexible financing. Book your appointment now at prosolutionsinc.ca.
Okay, you know what? Moving too fast. Bottom line, are you in or you out?
In or out of what?
No time for questions, just action. In or out?
Well, then I'm out.
I'm sorry, Jet. Actually, you're already in.
Are you in or are you out?
On Sports 1440.
I thought you would go, I'm in, Bob. We would have had a really cool moment, but you kind of ruined the whole thing.
All right, Duke. Let her buck.
Oilers picking up the massive extra point last night. Winners over Vegas 4-3 in overtime. When assessing a team, not just the Oilers, I think any team, seeing the group engaged physically and emotionally can make up for and cover up other deficiencies that remain in other areas of the game.
Well, I'm 100% in, because anytime you play a physical game, whatever team it is, if you're on the bench at all, like the previous line goes out and hammers the piss out of the opposition, and then the opposition gets mad, and now it's mano a mano, and they're going back at each other. If you don't get drawn into your next shift, there's something wrong with you. You're in the wrong business, man. And that's playoff hockey. The physical aspect hits, everything gets up a notch. And that's why everyone loves playoff hockey, because the buy-in, the total investment.
The buy-in,
what are you
nice.
laughing at now?
This spy catcher texted in it has to be AI, or he's really good at Photoshop, but it's Kevin Karius' face overlaid onto Bob Ross. Essentially, it's brilliant.
I gotta come and see it after.
Kevin, this should be your new Twitter profile picture.
Wow. Holy moly!
I gotta see this after. Well done.
I'm saving that. Man. I'm saving that.
I might use that for my
your baseball team avatar.
For MTR.
Yeah. You text me later when you want me to tell you how to do it.
Can you send it to me, Duke, so I can? I'm putting it on all. Hey, thanks, Spike Catcher. Oh my goodness,
that's cool.
Duke, you might have to send that out so people can see. Oh man, how are you?
I think Josh is going to get it up on the.
How did he do
stream or on the Twitter?
Eddie, you have no idea how.
I gotta come and check it after on the other side.
Oh,
I'm in on the question too, though, Duke. Whenever you have that emotion and the physicality, that type of engagement, that certainly can make up for deficiencies in the game. And Kevin said it's the buy-in, it's that commitment, and that can make up even just to your defensive structure. You might lack some offensive skill, especially missing a Leon Draisaitl. I mean, that's one of the best players in the world. So the buy-in defensively, which we're seeing, is enhanced.
And again, that it can get generated from your fourth line. It can get generated from your third pairing D, but it can also come from your first line when they get engaged like that. What happens, in the playoffs and someone goes, "Oh, did you see Connor McDavid? He hit that." And Connor's done that many times this year.
He sure has set that tone.
How many? It's the first thing people notice. Oh, look at the hit Connor played. It just draws everybody in.
And so if we're using the Oilers as a specific example, like how many times this season, even years past going into the playoffs, would you say where is that pushback from this team? They're getting bullied out there by the opposition, or you're getting beat, but you want them to see them take a pound of flesh at least, maybe on their way out the door. And we've talked about that as recently as the Florida game last week, right? When the Panthers come in and kind of took your lunch money from you a little bit. So I think in a game like last night, maybe it's a little bit easier because it's the Vegas Golden Knights, but I also kind of thought we would have said the same thing going up against a team like the Panthers, and we didn't really. So it was an encouraging sign, even if it's still not a perfect team, not a perfect game. Talk about the 3 goals against and how they were given up. Yeah, there's still plenty of things to clean up, but I'm willing to be a little bit more forgiving because the evident effort in terms of a physical nature of the contest was there throughout most of, if not all of 60 minutes.
I can't stop laughing at this picture.
If you're watching, if you're not watching on YouTube or any of our socials, I suggest jumping over there because it's up on.
What's his name? Bob Ross.
It's up on YouTube.
Bob Ross.
I'm pulling up the YouTube.
Oh man.
On to number 2. The Oilers will turn their attention to Anaheim tomorrow afternoon, matinee affair at Rogers Place. Ducks come in, winners of 4 straight. They lead the division now by 5 points. And if you're the Oilers, without a win, and I think you mentioned this earlier, Kevin, it's worth noting a regulation win in particular. I think the Oilers can kiss any chance of ending their long division banner drought goodbye.
Yeah, for sure. And what do we, it's 40 years almost, Duke, right? 86, 87.
Was that the last year?
I think something like that. Yeah. So it's been a long, long time. I really think that they would like to get this done. But you're right, Duke. If they don't get a regulation win tomorrow, that is a done deal. 5 points, I guess if they won in overtime or a shootout would turn to 4, but still, I think the good thing is they got them in regulation wins too, right? Or do they not?
Yeah.
So, there's still a possibility, but you got to win in regulation tomorrow. And you got to, you know what it is too? It's setting the tone, Duke, for playoff. kind of potential playoff matchup.
Mhm.
And the other, what was the last time they played? What was the score? 7-4?
Oh, both games have been track
Yeah.
meets. Like,
So, and I really think the Oilers want to tighten this one up tomorrow. I don't think they want to get into. They can play run and gun with Anaheim.
they've shown it. They've
But
done it the other games this year.
I think they want to tighten things up and play a little more responsibly and tighter defensively tomorrow. So, what are you laughing at?
Oh man, I pulled up the YouTube and started reading the comments, man.
What?
People talking about their breakfast and stuff.
Your
Wild over
breakfast?
there, huh, Fanny?
Your breakfast?
In the chat.
In the YouTube chat.
Mm-hmm.
In the chat, live in the chat. Number 3, turning our attention to the major leagues of baseball. It's opening day for the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Athletics tonight from the overhauled, again, Rogers Center. They got some great displays throughout the concourse celebrating what is the Blue Jays' 50th season this year, coming off of an appearance in the World Series. I think the team's biggest question mark going into the 2026 campaign is if the starting rotation of pitching can hold up.
I think I'm going to be in because hopefully Trey Savage isn't out that long. Barrios, same thing. Although you would probably put him as your 4th starter, I guess, something like that. Maybe even 5th. Bieber's the question mark for me. You know, how long is he going to be out? If he's out 6 more weeks, if this patchwork, I mean, and we're talking Max Scherzer and Eric Lauer, if these guys can hold things together, because you know that basically tonight's starter and Kevin Gausman's going to be there for you. He's going to chew up some innings, and the question mark is Cody Ponce. No one really knows what you're going to get with him, but you know that between the top 2 starters and Gausman and Cease, they're going to eat up innings. The bottom 3, not sure. Lauer did a good job when he was called upon last year. Scherzer's looked good in spring, but he's 42 years old. So to me, Ponce is the wild card here.
Yeah, it's crazy because this was such a position of strength, position of depth just a couple of months ago. And here we are now with this question. Can they hold up? I think they will be able to hold up till everybody is all hands on deck. But yeah, it's an odd place to be. It's kind of too bad, especially with Trey. I really hope it's a quick healing process for him.
Yeah, it's to me, it's just never an encouraging sign when on opening day, half your rotation isn't available to you, right? And if all these guys can get back healthy and play to the abilities we've seen them do and pitch the ability that we know they're capable of, this could very well be the best rotation in the American League, or one of them at the very worst. But when you start the year with half of them on the injured list, and then, like you said, Kevin, you know what you're getting, Gausman and Cease, but when another reputable Iron Man type pitcher and Barrios is starting with he's banged up, it's not an encouraging sign. So it just puts a little bit of hesitancy into me. Credit to the management group for making this such a deep group that they have. But one of those other guys is also 40-plus-year-old Max Scherzer. So it's a little bit of an unknown to an extent there as well. Hoping for the best and looking forward to another great season of Blue Jays baseball. Catch every weekend game as well as weekday games joined in progress right here on Sports 1440 AM radio feed only. Finishing our predictions for the week on the Major League season, the AL pennant winners, the 3 divisions. I'm taking the Jays to repeat atop the AL East, and I will go with the Kansas City Royals to surpass the Tigers in the Central, and I think the Mariners will have themselves a pretty easy time out west.
Well, I'm out on 2 of the 3, Duke.
Ooh.
I like Seattle. I think Seattle's going to have a good season. I mean, they got a really good pitching staff. Boston's got a really good pitching staff. Way better with the additions of Ronner, Suarez, Sonny Gray. I think the Jays are going to make the playoffs. I don't think they win the division. Yankees and Red Sox are going to fight it out for the AL East. I see Detroit having no problem winning the Central. They've got it. Again, when you bring in Framber Valdez, you know, they've got some guys there that can chuck the ball. And Scooble's good. Obviously, he's one of the best in the majors. So they got 2 lefties. Colt Keith's going to have a good year. We saw what McGonigal did at short as a rookie yesterday. They've got enough there. I think Detroit wins the Central. So I'll go just one of your 3, Duke, with Seattle.
I'm with you on that. I don't think that the Jays will win it, their division. I do think that Detroit and KC will battle it out, but it'll be Detroit and then Seattle. I think Seattle will take it.
Yeah.
In the West.
The Royals are the real divisions behind the Yankees and the Detroit Tigers. I don't know. Maybe it's just like, call it a hunch. I was very high on the Tigers last year, and they ran roughshod over the division most of the season until their kind of late season collapse in Cleveland's charge up the standings, and they end up beating them in the playoffs anyway. But it almost just seems like are the Tigers due for a little bit of a step back. I agree, Kevin. The pitching is exceptional. But this is more of a hunch than anything else. And I'm such a big believer in what Bobby Wick can do. He is just one man, but MVP caliber type guy. And I actually like Royals rotation if it can pitch to the top of their ability, which isn't going to be a start to start basis. But the Central might be the most not wide open because the bottom end is still really low. But yeah, I like the Royals, and I think baseball's better when they are a competitive team and chasing down a pennant in September.
They don't have enough power, Duke.
That's fair.
From their outfield position.
And because they reshaped the left field spot, which was a disaster for them last year. They tried like a dozen different guys in it. Yeah. So,
but, you know what? Like Aaron Judge will have more home runs than the entire Kansas City outfield this year.
Probably. But maybe you just need to play some small ball.
Pinstripe homer.
Yeah, homer, Kevin. Biased.
What does Aaron Judge have to do with anything?
Aaron Judge is a bust.
Terrible start.
He can hit 100 home runs in the regular season. See what he does come playoff time. If they can get there, they learn how to play some defense. Lastly, the legend, Fergie, maybe most well known for her iconic national anthem performance at the NBA All-Star Game one year, but also very well known as the front woman of the Black Eyed Peas, and otherwise all-male music group. If we're doing some ranking, some adjudication of female-led male music groups, I think the best is Paramore. Haley Williams. She's great.
No, who?
Paramore? You don't know Paramore?
Never heard of
Oh, Kevin, you would know Paramore.
Eddie doesn't know it either.
Yes, he does.
No, unless I heard a song.
You absolutely would know it if I played it.
Okay.
Wow, I'm so old, Duke. It's not even funny.
Okay.
Well,
Who are you in
I'm
on
an
then?
old rocker. Like I'm old. Like
He's going to say Joan Jett. And
No. Like Fleetwood Mac and.
Well, they have two women.
So it's just single then.
Yeah,
okay, well, I'd rather go with Blondie then.
Okay, that's a pretty decent answer. I like Blondie.
What was the woman we had in Duke? Lorianne's friend.
Rough Shed? No,
Rough Trade.
Rough Trade.
Rough Trade.
Yeah, man, some of those songs they're pretty out there.
Well, she was raunchy, but I thought she was a big sports person because Lorianne. Oh no, we get her on Eddie. I thought she was going to be talking about the Leafs and the
Not her avenue.
Yeah, Rough Trade.
Do you know No Doubt, Kevin?
No.
Okay, well that's
Gwen
Stefani.
That Gwen Stefani
was the lead singer of No Doubt.
So it can be just a single. It can't be a duel.
No. Male groups with a female front person.
What was it? Chrissy Hyde? Was it the Pretenders?
I'll take your word for it.
I'm with you on Fleetwood. That's one. What about?
But he said it's no good because it's two of them.
Okay, what about Gladys Knight and the Pips?
Hey, Midnight Train to Georgia absolutely slaps. That's now. Can I name another Gladys Knight song? No, I don't think I can. But yeah, I think and I think the Cranberries fall into this category as well.
Carol Pope, dude.
Carol Pope. Yeah, Rough Trade. That was an interesting interview. Maybe one of the most interesting we've done in 2.5 years on this show.
When was this?
Pretty early.
Like very early.
Okay.
Yeah, Lorianne lined it up, and I was like, okay, this sounds good because she was trying. I said, well, I think what did we say something about the anthem and stuff? And did you ever sing the anthem at? What are you talking about? Like I've never been to a game.
What is sport?
What are the Fugees, Duke?
Fugees?
The Fugees.
Lady Antebellum from Nails, he says. Heart from Roger Brown.
Yeah, I think Heart and Blondie would probably top a lot of people's lists. Now, most of their stuff predates me. But hey, I love Blondie's hits.
Justin from Balgoni says Stevie Nicks. It's too easy of a question, but that's what I said. Fleetwood Mac. But when you add in Christine McVie,
listen, everybody knows Stevie Nicks. Yeah. There is the other woman, I don't know her
Christine
name.
McVie.
Okay, sure. Does she ever sing, or is she just like harmonize? No, but like, does she like go solo?
Sure, she does.
Okay, then I don't think that counts.
Did. Yeah. Well, I think it counts. I don't know anyone else. Like, I mean, well,
There's
Eddie,
not
you
many.
guys-
I looked up some lists. It's not many groups out there that I know that you would know.
I can't believe you guys don't know Paramore.
I mean, I need to hear a track, Duke.
I'll play some for you here before you leave.
Can you put
I'll
one
Have it as our exit.
I'll
Put
send
on
you
one right now.
Can you put on an exit
No,
song
because
for me?
then we'll have to. It'll wreck all the podcasting and stuff. I'll have to edit it all out. I already have enough work to do back here, Kevin.
Duke says, or Tom says, Duke, check out Imelda May. Awesome lead singer. Who's that? Don't know.
Not sure. Sounds like we're learning lots of new things on this portion of the show.
Hey,
today.
how about the Ace of Base? Rahul says.
Oh yeah, Evanescence. That's enough. Once again, I don't know a lot of these singers' names, but I know.
Yeah, I know
some of the
Evanescence.
songs.
Heart. Do you count Heart? Is there two there?
Didn't we already say that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but there's
someone
two of
said
them,
that.
right? Is that two of them?
Good question.
Ann Wilson and the other Wilson? The Wilson sisters? I don't know. Dan Perry, Kenneth says. We should, Pete Panotsky just walked by. We should ask him.
Yeah, I should get him in here.
Pete.
Pedro Panotsky. Lance says there's a lot of iconic female lead punk bands.
Yeah, that's what mostly came up when I Googled it. There's a lot of punk and punk
Really?
rock. Yeah.
Well, it's a good question, Duke. I don't
Good
know.
question. Broaden the horizons,
But-
as they say.
You know Fergie, though, right? Like that.
Oh, yeah,
That
Oh,
was,
yeah, that national anthem was a hack.
Which one was that?
Oh,
The
Kevin, come
NBA.
on.
Oh, it was so bad.
The
that
players
one.
were laughing.
I was thinking NFL, so I didn't.
It was the NBA one. It was
Like-
bad.
Was that bad, eh?
It was bad.
Hmm.
But she was good in Black Eyed Peas.
Yeah.
Hey, her solo stuff was really good too.
Yeah, yeah. She has some hits. Definitely has some hits.
Fergalicious, Glamorous, Big Girls Don't Cry.
Who's she married to?
Duke.
Well, she was married to Josh Duhamel.
That's right.
But I don't think they're together anymore.
Duke, you seem to be kind of a Fergalicious type of guy.
Oh, buddy, that was pumping on the iPod on the regular.
I could see you kind
Tonight's
of
gonna be a good
two-stepping.
night.
Shaking.
Is that the big song?
Fergalicious
Their number
definition.
one song tonight's going to be a good night.
That's one of them. No, probably
That's
let's get the party
I got a
started.
feeling.
Yeah.
Let's get the party started.
Well, that's it. I got a feeling, isn't it?
No.
No, let's get it started. Let's get it started. Very big. I got a feeling. Boom boom pow. Those were all like in the late 2000s, mid 2000s. That would have been their peak for sure.
Lauren Hill and the Foogies.
Lauren Hill.
Lauren Hill.
Fugees. You
Fugees?
did the Fugees twice.
MTR. Somebody already said hard. Pay attention, Kevin. There's a quiz. later.
Engineer Troy Dick texted and
Oh.
said Roxette.
Chef. Hello. You haven't mentioned the Eurythmics.
Oh,
Annie Lennox.
how could we forget the
Annie
Eurythmics?
Lennox. That could be the number one right there. Joni Mitchell. You count that, or is that just a solo? Dude?
Yeah,
I'm sure she had a band.
primarily known for solo.
A lot of people are saying the Pretty Reckless. Taylor Momsen.
Okay. I've
That's
heard
from
of
Hussles.
that. I'm not sure I would know a song without hearing it, but I've definitely heard of that.
Roger
person.
Brown. Jefferson Starship. That's another one. That's an old band for you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't really my lane. I'm learning a lot.
Any
I got to see it. No,
it's
I'll
ready
come
to-
over there.
Well, look.
You gonna turn the old laptop for me?
That is unbelievable.
Oh, that's good.
Holy cow.
That's really good.
That is something else. Appreciate that. What's on the go this weekend, Eddie, besides the Home and Garden Show? You going to go down to the old combine or what? I heard you didn't get accredited.
I didn't get accredited. I reached out to
You'd
the
think
league
that
and I
would
got
be a-
ghosted.
What do you mean?
Well, I was trying to get Elks Nation to shoot from there today,
Yeah.
and it was pretty last minute, and just never even got a
you didn't
reply
know-
back.
Did you just figure out it was on this weekend yesterday or what?
Oh, well, I just thought, I have
You
the
thought
pull.
because you're Eddie
Yeah,
Steele,
I
you
thought
thought
it'd be a lot easier than it was. I thought I could cut through some red tape,
Yeah.
which unfortunately wasn't able to. It's the reality.
Well, here's the other thing too. This isn't exactly the NFL combine.
No,
No. As far as reporters going that are here for the combine, how many
I know Declan will be there.
Declan's
I know
there.
that much for sure.
I've been to enough where I'm not going down this weekend, but I had fun when.
And the thing is, with the combine, you can come and watch it. Like you can watch it from up top, from the track.
Can, yeah.
So it is open to the public.
Mhm.
It's just with me not being accredited, I just can't be down there roaming.
What would you want to? Obviously, you'd want to see the bench press.
More so the.
What are you laughing at, dude?
To be honest, that's
Why would he
that's-
want
yeah,
to watch
That's
the bench
not what I
press?
want to
would
watch.
wanna
That
see-
has
No.
got to be
That's
the most boring
yeah.
thing to watch
Not a
someone.
chance.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Watch
yeah.
him do some drills or something.
What drills?
Duke is on the mark.
Kevin just thinks Eddie would be invested in that to see if his 11th all time would
That's
hold
all.
up or not.
Exactly.
Hey, do you know who I am?
He
Do
thinks
you know where
Eddie
I
is-
rank?
He thinks Eddie is so vain.
What if you said, "Hey, Sonny, get out of the way"?
You guys want me to show you how to warm up?
Hey, what could you do if not you just went in cold, you're walking by and you
Just
say,
walk by.
Hey, Sonny boy, get out of the
Got
way.
under it raw. I
Watch Pop Steal here.
at least 25 to 30.
25 to 30.
Yeah.
But that's almost where you were before.
Yeah. But
You got old man strength now?
oh, for sure, man. For sure. So you say that's almost where I was before, but it's cyclical. So before I was a 21-year-old kid, in my prime, in my peak, I was throwing that sucker up in the 50s.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Like I was crushing it. Now I'm back, into the softer ways
Well,
of
for
25
sure,
to 30.
but you're weightlifting different than
Way
you did,
different.
yeah.
And I'm like 50
I
pounds
think
lighter.
that would be cool if you just walked in and said, "Hey, Sonny, out of the way. Get out
Let
of the
these
way.
guns talk.
Get out of the way. I'm busy." Good show, Eddie. So you're gonna go talk to Declan on yesterday.
How was it?
Yeah, it was good. We talked about Elks Nation and your interview with Terrell,
Yes.
and he was quite forthcoming.
He was about his brother.
Yeah.
And he said that Trey wasn't good enough. It's business. There's a reason the team moved on. He also said the defense wasn't good enough, which is true. They didn't help the offense out at all early on last year. So it was really good, honest conversation from him.
Well, have a good weekend, Eddie. I don't know if you can handle the home and garden show and then everything else that you got on your plate this weekend.
Ah, man. You see this back? It's built for the load. I can
Why don't you
I
come
can
play-
shoulder it.
Well, why don't you come play hockey then today? It's our last skate on Fridays.
See, the back is built for
Oh,
the
see,
load,
beautiful.
but the knees aren't. The knees can't take the skate.
Come on now. Well, have a great week, Eddie.
You too,
Too
guys.
bad you can't come on next Thursday.
Yeah, you're right. It is too bad.
Well, because it's Friday's a holiday. Just think we
Yeah,
could have a nice week.
I know. It is too
Why
bad.
don't you fix your schedule? You
How's
got a week to do it.
I'll see you on Monday, pal.
Thanks, Eddie. Great show. Eddie Steele, Grey Cup champion from 2015, still T11, bench press, CFL Combine, all-decade team for the Double E and all-century team for U Sports. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we're going to check in with Steve Kulus at 9:20 from Sirius XM NHL Radio. We got Kurt Hill, Edmonton Oil Kings GM, in the 10 o'clock hour, along with Zach Kavanaugh from the Sporting Tribune, covers the Ducks. We'll preview tomorrow's Ducks and Oilers game with Zach. Before all of that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Fusion Promo Marketing. Expand your brand, high quality promotional products for businesses, sports teams, and corporate events. Get noticed at fusionpromomarketing.ca. Hey, that's Fusion with a Z. Here is the Duke.
The Sports 1440 update.
Last night from Las Vegas, the Oilers pick up 2 points, including a critical extra one with a 4-3 overtime win over the Vegas Golden Knights. Connor McDavid, 3 points. Evan Bouchard netting the OT winner. 12 of the games around the rest of the NHL, including Montreal beating Columbus 2-1. The Sens fall to Pittsburgh 4-3 in a shootout. Calgary losing in Anaheim 3-2 in overtime. And the Jets, they can't get past Colorado. Avalanche take it 3-2. In the association, just 3 games. Charlotte beating the Knicks 114-103. Pistons over the Pelicans 129-108. And Pella Banchero, 30 points, lifts the Magic to a 121-117 win over Sacramento. March Madness Sweet 16 action from south of the border. Number 1 seeded Arizona wins big over Arkansas 109-88. Purdue scores with 0.7 left on the clock to top Texas 79-77. Illinois upsets Houston 65-55. And Iowa beats Nebraska 77-74. 1. Opening full day in the major leagues of baseball. Some finals to report on. The Red Sox blank the Reds 3-0. The Rays fall to the Cardinals 9-7. Orioles beat the Twins 2-1. And the Seattle Mariners, they lose to Cleveland 6-4. Coming up in hour 3 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Steve Kulus from Sirius XM NHL Radio. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
This is Sports 1440,
a Stingray radio station
broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, healing doesn't have to feel heavy, because in our SwimX aquatic therapy pools, you literally float your way to recovery. Whether you're dealing with arthritis, back pain, joint injuries, post-surgical rehab, chronic pain, balance issues, mobility challenges, or just feeling a little creaky, warm water and gentle resistance have your back, your knees, and your hips. Trusted by pro sports teams and rehab hospitals, our SwimX pools help you move sooner, hurt less, and recover faster. So take the load off. Let the water do the work. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Mr. Reuter kinda speaks French.
Je m'appelle Monsieur Reuter. Je suis plombier.
Très bien, Mr. Reuter. Your name is Mr. Reuter, and you are in fact a plombier, a plumber. You are an excellent student.
Au contraire, mon frère, je suis un excellent étudiant. Also, I'm not here for a French lesson. I'm here because someone clogged up the toilets.
Ah, oui, right this way. For a plumber who speaks your language, call Mr. Reuter.
Come for Canada's largest trade shows, the biggest names in entertainment, exhilarating sporting events, and more. And stay for the experience at the Edmonton Expo Centre. Looking for the perfect place to host your next big event? From trade shows to galas, meetings, and concerts, the Edmonton Expo Centre has the space, event expertise, and service to make your next event unforgettable. With over 522,000 square feet of flexible event space, in-house catering, and operational expertise, they bring your biggest vision to life. Learn more at EdmontonExpoCenter.com today.
For over 60 years, the folks at Diablo Boots have been selling the best Canadian-made boots. Handcrafted in Winnipeg, Canada West makes the best quality cowboy, biker, and work boots for Diablo Boots with replaceable soles and heels. Why buy cheaper quality like Ariat, Justin, and Red Wing made in China when Canadian-made is better? Support Canada's workers and Diablo Boots for the best boots. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Canada West and Diablo Boots, the two best names in the boots business.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program, 9:12 in Edmonton. Quick little segment before we get to Steve Kulus from Sirius XM NHL Radio, the Kevin Karius Show, brought to you by Sports Select. You want to throw some sprinkle down on the NCAA tournament today. We've got games starting at, I guess, 4 o'clock, just after 4 with, what do we got? Illinois? No, what do we got? Duke today? No, what do we got? St. John's, pardon me. Yeah, that would be at 5:10, pardon me. 5:10. That is a 5:10 tip-off. I thought it was 4, but no. So Duke and St. John's at 5:10, and then we got Alabama, Michigan at 5:35, UConn and Michigan State at 7:45, Tennessee and Iowa State at 8:10. So there we go. If you want to do that, check it out at sportsselect.com. Text 833-401-1440. Oh, boy, yeah. Team Dean, agree with Roxette. What a 5-year run. From fading like a flower to she's got the look. Bird says Lincoln Park. We're talking about front women bands, rock bands, any bands. Billy, Dolores from the Cranberries. Come on, man, he says. Sean in YYC. Toronto, the Headpins. Yeah. KK from Husk says No Doubt was also good. Greg, the Breeders. Don't know that one. There's a lot out there, Duke. Some great singers that we've had the pleasure to. Have we had any requests?
Lots.
From the singers like that?
Oh, no. None have spilled over. But maybe we'll mix some of these in for the last couple open spots. Though there's not many remaining in the show.
Well, 1040 is the number one song, Duke.
Of course.
What do you think of that picture of that painter, Duke?
I think it's brilliant. It's hilarious.
He's a handsome guy, though. Like
If
I could grow hair like that, Duke.
That was Kevin Karius in the 70s when he's ripping it up.
No, maybe 80s, Duke.
Okay.
But, I mean, that's like that hair. Like, you got to use one of those big picks, right? You know, those big, long picks to get that through there. I love it. Triple C in a truck. How about this, Duke? Well, it's not really, because it's Diana Ross and the Supremes, he says. But it's not really like a band fronted by a woman, is it?
No, Supremes was an all-woman group, was it not?
Yes. Now, how about like Ike Turner? That would count. Tina Turner. When Ike Turner, it was Ike Turner and the Review.
Okay.
And Tina Turner, that could be the number one right there.
I mean, Tina Turner's great.
She's the front woman. I mean, that would work there. Just a light night in the NHL after a wicked slate last night with 13 games. We got 15 tomorrow. Rangers, Blackhawks, no one really cares. They're both done. But the Red Wings take on the Sabres tonight. And that's a big game for Detroit because they've fallen below the cut line. They're at 84 points. The Islanders are at 87. Detroit does have 2 games in hand on New York, so they desperately need a win. A big win for Pittsburgh last night in a shootout. Stu Skinner got the win in the shootout, so they vault back into second place in the Metropolitan Division, 1 point ahead of Columbus. But when you look at the schedule tomorrow, and again, it is a busy schedule with 15 games. The Oilers obviously lead things off a little earlier in the day with the Anaheim Ducks, but Ottawa's in action early in Tampa Bay. Panthers in New York to take on the Islanders. That's an early game. So those are both 11 o'clock starts our time before we get to the matinee game down at Rogers Place. But obviously some big games later in the day regarding the Pacific Division with the Kings taking on the Mammoth, and the Washington Capitals are in Vegas to take on the Golden Knights. So, I mean, every game down the stretch. Canadians play the Predators. If Nashville wants to keep plugging along here in the Western Conference playoff race, they need to win. And Montreal is hot. I mean, the Canadians are peaking, it seems, at the right time. Not sure what kind of damage they can do in the playoffs, but that's something we will ask Steve Kulus from SiriusXM NHL Radio when we come back on the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Got a car you're ready to part with? Find out what it's worth. Fast, easy, and totally free at Go Auto. We're talking top dollar trade-ins, whether it's a little worn or still rocking that new car smell. Just a few clicks, and boom, you've got your value. Text value to 780-777-7777 to start. That's value to 780 all sevens. Why guess what it's worth? Let Go Auto show you the money.
The Brick semi-annual sale is back with prices so low they only last until March 30th. Save up to 30% off sofas, sectionals, and recliners, up to 40% off select mattresses, and up to 30% off bedroom and dining furniture. Plus, buy more, save more, up to 15% off select major appliances. Plus, elevate your outdoors with up to 20%. The Brick, saving you more.
One app, triple the action. Play Alberta is proof that good things do come in threes. Whether you're into playing any of our exciting casino games, betting on your favorite professional sports teams from around the world, or buying into Canada's biggest lottery, Play Alberta is the province's only app to do it all. Download today and discover a new way to play. Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Why pay dealership prices when you can get the same quality for less? Hi, it's Lisa, and here at Ed's Auto Salvage, we've been Alberta's trusted source for used auto parts for nearly 50 years. From engines to mirrors, transmissions to tires, we've got it all at prices guaranteed to keep your wallet happy. Shop local, shop smart. Shop Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlock. Be sure to visit us online at edsautosalvage.com and get your vehicle back on the road for less.
Millions and millions of Canadians do not have a doctor. We have a crisis. Canada's Medical Clinic is opening clinics across Canada. to allow everyone to have a doctor to call their own. Early detection saves lives. If you are hearing this ad, then we've got some good news. Canada's Medical Clinic Windermere is now open. Call now and book an appointment with your new doctor. canadasmedicalclinic.com.
Fast track your financial goals with a special rate term deposit from Vision Credit Union. For a limited time, take advantage of a great rate on 1, 3, or 5-year terms. Plus, as a Vision Credit Union member, you can earn up to 25% more on your interest through profit shares. For details, contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca. That's visioncu.ca.
Stories, guests, and insights. This is Sports 1440 and the Kevin Karius Show.
Wow. All right. Welcome back to the big program, 9:21 in Edmonton. So glad you're with us on a Friday morning as we get ready for the weekend. It's Feel Good Friday around here, Playlist Friday as well. And it's also time now for the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, the plumber to call when the toilet mysteriously breaks, thanks to Eddie Steele. After your jalapeno pepper popper fuel game night with the fellas, that's MrRooter.ca as we welcome back the king, the gun, the fire. You know him, you love him, you can't live without him. Steve Kulus from Sirius XM, NHL Radio. Good morning, Cooley.
Good morning, Kevin. Looking great. The face only a supermodel could love. Well done. And Mr. Rooter, after a hockey basement Saturday night, I hope he can jump a few provinces and come out and help me.
Very reminiscent, Steve, as I recall the time I used to work at Sam the Record Man.
Sam the Record Man is closed, unfortunately.
You better believe it, baby. Hey, what's new in your world, Cooley? What's going on? What's new, big fella?
What's new? Well, I could tell you. I don't know if someone has been released and is living in our neighborhood. Apparently, that's what the neighbors have found out. So that kind of threw everybody for a loop. But that's a topic for another channel, maybe in another station. But yeah, so that's new. But I don't think it's changing anytime soon. So yeah, that's kind of new.
Well, that's good. Are you fired up for the stretch run here? Hey, we were talking about the Montreal Canadiens right before the break. It's not a given they get in to the playoffs. They're looking good right now. Everyone knows that. What kind of damage do you think they could do in the playoffs?
Well, it's Montreal. See how they won last night, and Mason Marchment missed a wide open net with seconds left, which is at least a Columbus point. Now, it's good for teams in the East that where you are going into the game and where you are going out is the same spot. For Columbus, they've done so well that they're still second in the division. So, second, third, whatever they are. So that part's good as it relates to the Blue Jackets. For Montreal, it could be 1993 if they get goaltending like they got from Dobish. And that's incredible because I think the gap between Tampa, Carolina, and Buffalo, if those are the three, and they probably are, and everyone else means why not? Now, maybe not Boston as per se other teams, maybe not Detroit if they get in and they got another critical game tonight. But for other teams, I don't know. For Columbus, if Jack Greaves plays well, I didn't like the first goal last night. For the Buffalo Sabres are 33-6-6 in their last games. Tampa Bay, we believe in Carolina, we believe in, and I think we believe in Buffalo. For Montreal, why not? And that building gets going and everything else. And Kapanen's done a job on the second line. They've got Jake Evans, they got the Andersons, they got the veteran guys, they got the defense. It's the goaltending, which is Dobish's now. It could be 93-ish. But the Sabres could say 93 was good for the Sabres. 93 was good for the Islanders. 93 was going to be good for the Penguins. But for you kids out there, look at 93. It's a great history lesson. Instead of being on your phones, listen to McDavid. Get off your phones.
What about the Sabres then, Cooley? I mean, the last time they were relevant, you and I were watching Gilbert Perreault with them, man.
Yes, back to the line. Game, Vermont. There's a shot. Big save. Perreault. Let's go. Ted Darling on the call. WGR. Anyway, I could say, why not the Sabres? But you're in a category, not you, but here's a category. I have Sorokin. I have Vasilevsky. Or I have a Jake Ottinger. Okay. You're in this shelf. If you are Edmonton, Vegas, Carolina, Buffalo, Montreal, you've got a couple of options, which means you don't have a number one. So for you other kids out there, put the goalies in the playoffs in categories. Where are the Oilers in Vegas? Then you've got Utah and Anaheim. Two good goalies, but no experience. I think that's a fun little game to play as it relates to Buffalo, as it relates to Pittsburgh, Sheeloffs or Skinner, right? Bussy or Anderson, UPL or Alex Lyon. It's a conundrum. There's conundrums, Kevin, around the NHL.
What do you think the old KeyBank Center in Buffalo will be like for this first playoff game, Cooley?
Oh, it's going to be beautiful. We're trying to do the show from down there, right in the lobby, with Martin Biron, because these people they're like the 8th Canadian team. They really, really are. They sing both anthems, even when a Canadian team isn't playing in Buffalo. If season ticket base has about 15 to 22%, depending on how good the Sabres are or aren't. And they've been waiting, and they're in. They're in. Detroit's been waiting, and Steve Yzerman has a lot of pressure on him. Obviously, right now it'll be crazy. And why not the Sabres? Like honestly, if you said Sabres. Well, you'd like to say Oilers, but Sabres, Avalanche. That's not far-fetched now. It was at U.S. Thanksgiving. Kevin, not now.
Steve Kulus from SiriusXM NHL Radio with us on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. So, with Buffalo, what the Sabres have done, and if Columbus gets in the playoffs, Cooley, what's the bigger story? Jackets or Sabres this year?
Oh, boy.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's like picking between two of Charlie's Angels in our day. It's a dead heat, really. But maybe the Sabres were always this good. And for Columbus, can you have a Jack Adams Award winner who's 19-4-3 and might only coach 37 games?
Right on.
Right?
Would you vote for him, Cooley?
Yes, I would. Yeah. I think I would. I think it's so close. The Sabres were 11-14-2. That was the number. They fired Kevin Adams. How about this, Kevin? How about this? Adams wins the GM of the year, and Bonus wins the Coach of the year. Crazy stuff. The NHL is a mad scientist.
Oh, in my mind, Cooley.
I'm just throwing it out there. But maybe the Sabres were this good, and they needed the shakeup. There's a rumbling that Jarmo Kekalainen brought everyone to a room and read them the riot act. You either want to stay here or get the out. And that made the Sabres, some of the players go, oh, okay. And then winning solves everything, right? So whether that's true or not, it's a pretty good story. And since then, the Sabres have not looked back.
Steve Cooley is with us on Sports 1440. Do the Ottawa Senators make the playoffs, Cooley? If they do, what kind of damage can they do?
I think last night's an example that they won't. That Ottawa gives it the A plus for effort. So many opportunities to win the game in regulation, in overtime, and of course in the shootout. And they're in a situation where this depleted defense, until Sanderson gets back, it's a lot to ask. And their strength of schedule, I believe in the strength of schedule. I think they'll finish sadly ninth. And Travis Green's done an amazing job. If Allmark did what he did last night, earlier in the year, they would be where Buffalo is in Tampa Bay. So I think sadly they are going to miss because the Bruins are in on the strength of Swayman because their underlying numbers are not good. Their 5-on-5 numbers look great, but expected goals should be against way higher. I think Ottawa's unfortunately going to finish ninth. It's sad, but games like last night, they just can't finish the deal. It's 1:30. They get a phone number, but they can't finish the deal. You know what I'm saying? So too bad.
That you never had a problem with that, Cooley, did you?
Well, I don't like to talk about my past, but let's just say that Northern Dancer isn't the only. You can do the rest yourself, everybody.
Hey, while we're on that subject, hey, you mentioned Charlie's Angels. Which one's out here, Cooley? Which one's out for you? You said 2 out of the 3. Farrah Fawcett, Jacqueline Smith, or Kate Jackson. Which one's out?
Well, I'm a Cheryl Ladd or Farrah Fawcett fan. Now, obviously, they weren't on together. There were some changes. Jacqueline Smith was beautiful. It's the other one was more of a, the brains behind the operation.
Kate Jackson, right? Kate Jackson.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's who you're taking the brains of the operation.
Take it out. Yeah, the other 3. You're asking me to rank, I'm ranking them, okay? And the 35-year-old's going, what are they talking about? Well, we got to bring it to the modern times. It's I don't know, what would it be? Hannah Montana or something back? I don't know. I can't relate to it. I'm trying to be more current. I know Barney Holder. The kids used to watch that show.
Oh boy, Cooley. Out west here. I know you guys focus on the East a lot more because of the time zone and everything, but a guy like yourself is always up late night watching some late games. Did you catch the Oilers in Vegas last night?
Are you kidding me? See these bags under my eyes? I don't go to bed till 2:00 in the morning, which is midnight your time. And what a play off the draw.
Yeah.
What a game. And the Oilers were better. Vegas chased the whole game. Something's more wrong with Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And if this Hyman, right side, Nuge, and Jack turns into something, because Savoy and McDavid can play with anybody, but if this is something up there while 29 is out, and then Dickinson in, I like it. And Murphy's helped. And I'm encouraged by Jari's last game and it was a good win. They're probably going to play Vegas. Let's see what happens against the Ducks. And I like the Oilers more with this alignment. I think they've discovered something, but 22 was a big reason why. You need something from somebody else, and they might have it here right at the right time.
They have the ability here, Cooley, once Leon comes back, and I think he'll be back at the tail end of the regular season. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays that last game against Vancouver. When he comes in, they have the ability to move guys in and out of the top 6 and then even the top 9, maybe more so than a lot of teams. And that gives them a luxury moving forward here, I think, more so than other teams.
It does. I mean, I've always liked Podkolzin, right? I mean, he could start if he's hurt, that Draisaitl and McDavid play together on the nuclear option. I might not want to touch what Nuge and Hyman and Jack have been able to do. So that would move down and strengthen the third line. It's very encouraging, notwithstanding the win and McDavid's little run right here and everything else, and I think that's what Dickinson's done. And that is what Jack has to do, right? Like, he's an enigma sometimes, as you know, but this could be the perfect slotting for him. And that is huge, exciting news for the Oilers, Kevin.
They were even good, Cooley, when they had Nugent Hopkins, Roslovic, and Dickinson, that trio together as the third line. And then you had Kapanen and Podkolzin and Leon together with Savoy, McDavid, and Hyman together on the top line. So there are options with this team moving forward. What do you think of how Connor Murphy's come in here with playing with Darnell Nurse? Because I said earlier in the show, he's dragging Darnell into the stuff that we need. This team needs to have Darnell play that style, because that's when he's effective. Like you saw it last night, and he needs that. He needs to be dragged in. I don't know why, but Murphy's doing that right now.
Absolutely. And the argument could be that this is something that the club has needed, or a lot of teams have needed for a while. And Murphy's name has been out here the last 3 deadlines. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The fact that it took this long, and the Oilers, well, good for them, because I could mention a lot of other teams in the same situation to just slot properly. You got 14 and Bush, and then you got Nurse, who's a bit of an enigma himself. If that's a perfect pairing, we like Wallman's skill and what he can do in playing on either side, depending on the situation. And it's another version and a better version of the CCs and Desharnais of the world in the past. It really is. I think so, and I think he's ready to roll and play in the playoffs. I think this is also exciting. If Murphy's not here, if Dickinson's not here, this, if you want to call it a foundation, there's more cracks. These are 2 bang, third line center, bang, 3-4 defenseman. And then what happens in the crease is another story. But if you want to help your goaltending, then you need a Murphy. And you want to help your goaltending and depth in the lineup, you need a Dickinson. So I think it's exciting. I feel better this week than I did a week and a half ago.
All right, Cooley, what's going to happen with the Toronto Maple Leafs here after the season's done? What kind of changes, sweeping changes, may we see?
Sky is falling. I just got to keep dodging the bricks here and everything else. So I would like to think you never start a conversation with no, so everything's in play. Now, the insiders tell us that Keith Pelly's having one-on-one meetings with people in the organization. What does that mean? I'm going to guess that Keith Pelly will say, okay, Brad, you have a chance to fix this. You had an A year last year. This year's an F. The Marner situation, you brought guys in. Now Waz gone. You know what? You've got a year to see where they are around the summer, U.S. Thanksgiving, all of that stuff, and to kind of convince Matthews with 2 years left, not going anywhere, and you're going to stay. So let's see. That's what I'm going to guess, as opposed to anything dramatic. That may or may not include a coaching change as well, right? Let's just say that that's 50-50, and it's up to him to try to fix it, to get them in a spot. If they go around the bend in the summer, they go around U.S. Thanksgiving, they get back to January and the trade deadline, and it's not working out, that's a different story at the management level and at the Matthews level, which could put him in play at the deadline next year with a year and a half left, which also makes it a very sexy trade target for another team. Now, others are saying Pelly's getting rid of everybody. Blah, blah, blah. I'll believe that when I see it. I think that he's just figuring out the lay of the land to make a bold, big move or to move Matthews in the summer. So that's my guess in my crystal ball here. That's, Kevin, what I see.
What's the Leaf fan base think of Keith Pelly as the head of this Maple Leaf sports and entertainment franchise?
I don't think they know him. I mean, I know him.
Yeah.
Like I would say that, used to play cards in his house. He was a young executive, and we all played cards till 7 a.m, like 12 of us. And we get up at 7, and, back in the days we made $50 a day, what I thought was a lot of money. And so I love him. He's smart. He's infectious. He's brilliant, all that kind of stuff. But I don't know what that means. I mean, he's a broadcaster.
Yeah.
Well, so am I. So how would the fan base feel if I was running the whole show? You know what I mean?
They might like it.
There's things that I would do. I'll tell you that much right now. So at the end of the day, it's this. It's kind of like going back to the Olympics. If you win, you're great. If you lose, you're not. You can't play any better than losing. So sometimes you have to shake hands. That's what, sadly, we had to do when Taves missed, and so did McKinnon. In this situation is you've kind of got your 4 or 5 year window, and you better win. And we're in a league where, as great as Doug Armstrong's been, what's he done? He won 1 cup, right? We can look at as great as the McPhee Cup, the Capitals won 1. You just win 1, you walk together forever. And I don't see a Toe Blake and a Scotty Bowman and a Sam Pollock out there to fix and be the hero. So I don't know what they're going to do, but I do know this. There's a lot of the next ones in play as it relates to general managers, like the next Matthew Dar. I wonder if teams will start to go in not recycling the Marty Schottenheimers and go in there and say Scott Nickel, who's in Nashville and done great. Jeff Keeltley is in play. Maybe Brandon Pridham runs his own program in Toronto or somewhere. Who knows what happens? But that might be the next wave of general managers. Just something to think about, Kevin. Something to think about.
Keith Pelly, Cooley, about 33 years ago at the Scotties Tournament of Hearts, I was doing a documentary, and he was producing and directing curling. And that's when I first met him in 1993 at the Scotties in Kitchener-Waterloo, Cooley.
I first met him in 1989 in the tape room at TSN. And I thought, I like this guy. Reminds me of me with good shoes on. And we met right before the Winter Olympics. And he said, because he ran CTV TSN, he said, you know what? We're proud of you. You've done a great job with that score stuff. It's time to bring you home. Time to bring you home. and we're going to bring your show and bring that to TSN. And that brought That's Hockey Tonight back. And then Keith went to Rogers and took the rights away. The rest is television history, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, with Scotty Moore, right?
Yep. I think the people at Bell never realized that he would do it. He would do damage when he left. It's like Jesus decided to leave to form his own religion. That could be a problem for some other people. So that's I guess Keith is Christ-like for a combination out there.
Well, hey, Cooley, from our text line, Oddball says, Cooley has got into the Uzo. I love it.
Listen, this is just me. I honestly feel, I think you've been really good. I think I've been great. Like, I wish, send me the tape and I'll send it to Keith. You know what I'm saying? In over the line. Here we go. Here's Matthews with a shot over top of the net. Back to the point to Cowan. He scores. Easton Cowan. Leafs are still losing 8-1. See ya.
Hey. See you. Got to go out on that, Cooley. Thanks, pal.
Hey, go on a high note. Costanza. Yep. See you.
See you later.
See ya.
Thanks, Cooley. Have a good one, pal. That's Steve Kulus from Sirius XM NHL Radio. You know, yeah, the two of us kind of got into the business together at the same time. Way different markets, areas, but we've been fooling them for 35 plus years. And it continues to go on. Yeah, just keep fooling them for as long as you can. That's the headliner of the day, brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. The number one overall pick in your fantasy plumbing pool, that's mrrooter.ca. You know, I told Cooley, and I've told you, Duke, when I used to work at Sam the Record Man, I told him that when he was here for the finals. And he goes, that is unbelievable. Then I told him the rest of the story, and he goes, you son of, he was like, I knew, I should have known something was up. Should have known something was up. Always good to catch up with Cooley. He makes time for us because he's got to do like a million radio and other hits and pods and this and that. But so glad that he came on this morning. When we come back, we'll get to some of your texts. 833-401-1440. We got Kurt Hill, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager, at the top of the hour. And then Zach Kavanaugh at 10:20 from the Sporting Tribune. We'll tee up tomorrow's Ducks Oilers matinee at Rogers Place. It's Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne. Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
NHL Star Sticks are back at McDonald's, and we're celebrating by going bigger.
Make that smaller, way smaller.
Select the set and get one of 7 mini sticks with every NHL Star Sticks meal. Featuring McDavid, Matthews, Quinn Hughes, Makar, Celebrini, Reinhardt, and Montembeau. So get yours while they last. 1 stick per meal purchase. Limited time at participating Canadian restaurants.
At Hughes, it's all about getting in and out quick and clean. No cash, no problem. With Hughes' new tap and wash system, all you need is your debit or credit card to get your vehicle sparkling clean.
Find us at HughesCarWash.com.
Oil Country, your seat is closer than you think. Starting at just $28 a week with a deposit-free payment plan available. Securing your full, half, and quarter season seats inside Rogers Place for the 2026-27 season has never been easier. Sign up for pre-sale access at EdmontonOilers.com/season seats. Experience all that Rogers Place has to offer during an Oilers game night by visiting EdmontonOilers.com/season seats.
One app, triple the action. Play Alberta is proof that good things do come in threes. Whether you're into playing any of our exciting casino games, betting on your favorite professional sports teams from around the world, or buying into Canada's biggest lottery, Play Alberta is the province's only app to do it all. Download today and discover a new way to play.
Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
You wanted local sports on weekends. Saturday mornings at 9, check out the Saturday Sports Setup, where we'll tee up what's happening on the weekend sports scene. Tune in Saturday morning at 9 on Sports 1440.
Why should you drive a Subaru? How about durability, style, and an excellent customer experience from the moment you step into the showroom? And how about accolades, including awards for numerous 2026 Subaru models from both AutoTrader and JD Power? But don't just take my word for it. Take a test drive and you'll see why the Subaru name is recognized and renowned for quality. To learn more, visit Subaru.ca. Welcome to Uncommon. Welcome to Subaru.
Step up to the plate with confidence this season with St. Albert's Source for Sports, your trusted experts in baseball. From the diamond to the dugout, get the latest from top brands like Mizuno, Victus, Marucci, Rawlings, and Easton. Suit up with new cleats, helmets, pants, and don't forget the gloves, because champions know that every catch counts and every play matters. At St. Albert's Source for Sports, they know the game and they have the gear to prove it. St. Albert's Source for Sports, your source for baseball gear over 35 years.
Ah, yes, Alberta in March. Green beer and slushy roads. Where the only thing worse than the roads is trusting them. If your brakes are squealing louder than a pub on game night, or your shocks feel like they found potholes instead of a pot of gold, it's time to go to Napa Auto Parts. With over 85 locations in Alberta, Napa has the quality parts, tools, equipment, and know-how to keep your ride smooth and feeling confident, more than lucky. Visit your local store today or visit online at napacanada.com. That's Napa know-how.
You're listening to Sports 1440 and watch us on YouTube, Facebook, and X.
Sports 24/7. We are Sports 1440.
All right. Welcome back to the big program. 946 in Edmonton. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne with you, along with Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM radio. That's from the request line on Feel Good Friday, Duke.
That's Paramore.
That's Paramore.
Misery Business.
Okay, I've never heard the song before, but it's got some jump to it. I enjoy it.
Great.
Eddie didn't know it either.
No, that actually did surprise me because Paramore really blew up in the late 2000s, which isn't necessarily like I would have been listening to it in middle school, high school, which I'm younger than Eddie, and I guess I shouldn't be surprised because I doubt Paramore is bumping in the double E locker room.
Eddie not knowing something surprises you, Duke? Come on now.
But it's okay, Kevin. His back is made for loads.
Yeah, my back can handle this. Our main man, Declan Kruger, down at the CFL Combine, reporting fastest and, verticals and things like this. Times so far in the first half an hour in, Charlie Parks, defensive lineman, at 4.89 seconds in the 40. That's wide receivers, DBs, running backs yet to come. So a 4.89 is a D lineman for Charlie Parks. I'm looking back at Eddie Steele's 40 time, 6.42 seconds. So this guy was about a second and a half faster than Eddie. Ooh. Vertical, Yesalayomi Otelayo, 38-inch vertical for a wide receiver. Broad jump, Ben Sangmao, a DB, 10-9. Brody Clark had the best three-cone. Shuttle was Ethan Stewart for a DB and a linebacker, respectively. Text 833-401-1440. The rig says, love listening to Cooley. Gus in the Hood. Cooley needs a pick-me-up, LOL. I missed this one from Stulo. Can you ask Steve about his thoughts on Josh Szymanski? Sorry, Stu. Josh, he's playing well. I mean, he doesn't make any mistakes, and he's thinking defense first. And he's like that sixth defenseman. If you don't notice him, it's all good. Richard says, Buffalo fans sing both anthems even when a Canadian team isn't playing. For real? If that's true, they just became my favorite American team. 833-401-1440. Hey, did you know the Frozen Four is underway? They had some games last night. Michigan beat UConn 2-1. Wisconsin over Dartmouth 5-1. North Dakota, I was going to say the long-time team name, but I guess they don't go by that anymore. North Dakota shut out Merrimack 3-0 and Quinnipiac, a 5-2 winner against Providence. So Quinnipiac will take on North Dakota, Wisconsin, and Michigan in the next round. So tonight, 4 games, Michigan and Bentley, Michigan's number 1 ranked team in the nation. Minnesota Duluth takes on Guy Godowski's Penn State squad. That's on actually a ESPN game. Maybe we might get that game tonight on the Big Ten channel or something.
I think almost all these games, if you have TSN Plus.
Oh,
some of them I think are on main TSN channels, but TSN Plus, I believe, has all of them.
There'll be a game on TSN tonight for sure, Duke. Western Michigan takes on Minnesota State. That's this afternoon. And then also Denver and Cornell.
Big Red.
Who are you going for, Duke? Do you think Michigan's got the team here?
I think Michigan does. MSU's got a really good team as well.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people maybe rooting for Penn State for obviously the local ties with head coach Godowski. But then just the more games they win, the more we get to see of Gavin McKenna and see can he, after what was I think pretty around the horn regarded as an underwhelming performance at the World Juniors this year. Keep in mind, he is just 17 years old. We don't always see these top guys come in and dominate. That's if they make the team. Can he elevate his game now when the games matter the most? Because that, I think, has been a little bit of a criticism of him.
Oh, there you go. Hey, Duke, totally off topic, but I saw it yesterday, and I thought of you immediately because we were discussing Jackson Smith in JSN's contract.
Right.
And what is it? 40, what was the AVV?
42?
42-1, maybe?
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. Anyway, we had an in and out that Puka Nacua is going to surpass that. Now, after his hearty appetite, will that have something to do with his contract coming up? He's facing a little bit of adversity here outside the football field with his hunger to, I guess, whet his appetite?
No, I don't think it will affect his contract because he's kind of had a few other off the field controversies in the back half of that season, this past season. He maybe just is like our modern version of that receiver that's just out there, and he's like a little bit of a nut, and he does things that make headlines and rubs people the wrong way and gets some negative press. But he's one of the best receivers in the game. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying this is the NFL we're talking about. We've seen them brush past much worse and still hand out tens of millions of dollars. So I don't think this type of thing will have any impact on his extension.
Adam Schefter reporting the Buffalo Bills have re-signed safety Damar Hamlin to a 1-year deal. I'll never forget that night, Duke. It was a Monday night game. I was at Global, and then, obviously Damar Hamlin had the emergency on field, and how everything, like when you do a lineup and you're doing everything, and something like that happened, it was probably around 9:30 or so, I think, when he had his, went into arrest and everything like that, and the whole bit. And even the news people, so, everyone's going, okay, this is probably a leadable thing, so you change your outlook, change your lineup, and this was something that obviously, you think of what happened to him, and now where he is now, signing an extension, 1-year deal. So cool. 833-401-1440. Yes, Triple C in a truck. I was nibbling around the issue. Trev says, I'm really impressed with Savoy. Something clicked for him after the Olympic break. Hope he can remain consistent with the way he's playing. You know what? Great point. And I mean, he has been really good in the last several weeks. And, he was up with Connor McDavid, then he went down, and then he's been back up with McDavid. He can play anywhere on lines 1, 2, and 3. He can play on the off wing. He can play whatever he's put. And I mean, his penalty killing is superb for a young guy. And that's, you think about it. This is a guy that goes down to Bakersfield, and they go, here's the thing. We know you can score. I mean, you're a 35, 40 goal guy in junior. We know you can score. That's why you got drafted. But work on your defense. Work on other things. Work on your PK. Say, hey, coach, Colin Chalk, I want to be on the PK. Teach me. Let me learn. If I can't make it as a top 6 forward, I'm going to PK, and you're going to force me. I'm going to force you to play me. And that's what he's done. This is a guy that is going to be a 20-goal scorer in the NHL every year. He's played 78 games in the NHL. That's it. He's 22 years old. They got to figure out what they're going to do with him contract-wise. But he's going to be a 20-goal scorer minimum moving forward. That's how good this guy is. And once he continues to get stronger, that's going to help him. But it's his battle level. It's his one-on-one battle level for loose pucks. It's about leverage and using his core, lower body to get inside the bigger guys. That's what he does. And if he doesn't win a one-on-one battle, not very often do you see him losing it. It would be a 50-50, and then he regroups to fight another battle. And maybe by that time, if he is having a one-on-one battle in the corner or whatever, if he's a 50-50 puck battle and he's not winning, not losing, at that point, help arrives. And you got someone else helping you along. And now it's more of maybe a 2-on-2 or whatever. He's been really good, and they're going to need him down the stretch here. Wouldn't it be nice if he potted a couple quick ones and maybe tomorrow, get a couple here and, go on a bit of a run, and then all of a sudden you got 15, 16 goals, and all of a sudden people are going, hey, 20. You never know. It's a very outside shot because they only got 9 games left. But, I mean, this guy down the road is going to be a 20-goal-a-year guy for years to come within this organization. Hey, when we come back, we'll check in with Kurt Hill, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager. We've also got Zach Kavanaugh coming up at 10:20. Before that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by AWS Welding Supplies in Nisku. Product sales, servicing, calibrating, free same-day delivery of in-stock items to Leduc, to Nisku, and even South Edmonton. Your one-stop shop for all things welding, awswelding.ca. Here is the Duke.
This is a Sports 1440 update.
Just 2 games in the NHL tonight. The Sabres and Red Wings duke it out in a pivotal Eastern Conference playoff race matchup. That one getting underway just after 5 o'clock. And in a non-playoff race game, the Blackhawks at MSG to take on the Rangers. PWHL just 1 game tonight. Boston is in Toronto to play the Scepters. And the Edmonton Oil Kings kick off their playoff schedule first-round matchup against Saskatoon. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock tonight from Rogers Place in the BCHL. Regular season winding down. Spruce Grove at home tonight. Thompson Family Arena. 7 o'clock puck drop against West Kelowna. Sherwood Park on the road in Okotoks. And the Alberta Junior Hockey League playoffs resuming. Camrose with a chance to close things out against Drumheller. Fort McMurray is in Whitecourt in Canmore hosting Calgary. In the association, busy night, including the Raptors back at home to take on the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off just after 6:30 from Scotiabank Arena. Elsewhere, OKC hosting Chicago. Miami's in Cleveland. Boston taking on Atlanta. And the Lakers hosting Brooklyn in the nightcap. March Madness Sweet 16 continuing. Number 1 seeded Duke taking on St. John's. Other number 1 seed, Michigan. They're against Alabama. Michigan State plays UConn. And Iowa State takes on the number 6 seeded Tennessee Volunteers. It's opening day for the Toronto Blue Jays as they get their 2026 season underway against the Athletics. First pitch just after 5 o'clock from Rogers Center in Toronto. You can catch that game in progress starting at 6 o'clock following the Jason Greger Show. 7 other games around the majors, including the Yankees against the Giants. Marlins play the Rockies. Royals against the Braves. Astros host the Angels. Tigers against the Padres. Guardians continue their series in Seattle. And the D-backs in LA against the Dodgers. Coming up in hour 4 of the Kevin Karius Show, we'll be joined by Edmonton Oil Kings General Manager Kurt Hill, as well as Zach Kavanaugh from the Sporting Tribune covering the Anaheim Ducks. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. We're the #1 dealer in the world. Just kidding. If we were, would you care? We're the #1 dealer in Canada. Still kidding. You probably still don't care. Tell you what you will care about, our March Madness sale going on right now. Discounts up to $30,000. And the grand opening of our Autoplex, a massive indoor showroom. No self-proclaimed titles, no iPads, no trips to Vegas or hockey jerseys, just a really good deal. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Booster Juice is going crazy for hazelnuts.
No, not crazy. Nuts.
Booster Juice is going bananas for hazelnuts.
I mean, there are bananas in smoothies, but that's not the point.
Banana juice is booster for hazelnuts.
What? Just stop.
Booster Juice is going nuts for hazelnut. Introducing the Nutty Monkey Smoothie, Holy Hazelnut Acai Bowl, and Nutty Booster Ball, all made with rich, creamy hazelnut spread. Try them today, only at Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Who's that working on the underground utilities over there? All-Star Construction, that's who. What about the street lighting? Yep, All-Star Construction. And the directional drilling, hydrovacking, neighborhood renewal, and telecommunication work? Yep. Since 2009, All-Star Construction has been doing all that and more, shaping and building Edmonton communities for land developers all around Edmonton. That's what All-Star Construction is all about.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is the #1 heating and cooling company for people who want heating and cooling, because you'll save a bundle by bundling. Then you can use hot, cold, hot, cold. Come on, thermostat, do what you're told. Turn up the heat, turn up the cold, so the vents start pushing out tornadoes. Bundle my furnace with some AC. Gonna get a new from Legacy. Oh, yeah. Save a bundle when you bundle your new furnace and AC from Legacy today. Plus no payments and no interest for 1 year. That's how you build your legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
This ad is presented by the United Conservative Caucus. The new Alberta-Ottawa energy deal will significantly expand Alberta's oil and gas production and create thousands of jobs, thanks to the leadership of Alberta's United Conservative MLAs. The consumer carbon tax is gone. The oil and gas production cap is eliminated, and the net zero electricity regulations are over. Let's keep Alberta strong and free. Visit unitedconservativecaucus.ca/surveys.
River Cree is the place for all your favorite sports. River Cree Resort and Casino, featuring UFC action and boxing live on the big screens at Tap 25, the MVP of sports bars, and in the center bar. Plus, catch all the biggest games, every goal, every slam dunk. River Cree is also home to the Twin Rinks, where rec hockey and community teams come to play. Public skating available. Details at rivercreeresort.com.
River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement. Bet on it.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. Great tune on Playlist Friday, 10:02 in Edmonton time now for the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiators are in, and they are smoking hot, and they're heading out quickly, too. Great selection still. A lot of colors to pick from. $49,900 gets you behind the wheel. Brand new Jeep Gladiators under $50,000. Check them out at stalbertdodge.com. As we welcome back Edmonton Oil Kings General Manager Kurt Hill to the show. Good morning, Kurt. You're with Kevin Karius once again. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 once again. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, how jacked are you here to get the playoffs rolling tonight with the Saskatoon Blades in town, Kurt? It's been a great regular season, but as you know, the postseason's a whole different animal. I suppose you and Jason Smith and the players are just ready to roll tonight.
Yeah, the guys are excited. I mean, it's felt like a long week kind of leading up to this. We only did play on Sunday, but it seems like this week always drags a little bit. The guys are certainly excited to get going, and yeah, it's kind of like in the hockey world Christmas morning here, where it's pretty exciting always getting to the postseason and having the opportunity to represent yourself as a player and the organization in the postseason here.
Mm-hmm. Give us an assessment, what you thought of your team, how the Oil Kings played in the regular season, Kurt.
I think overall we were pretty consistent throughout the entire year. I think we had, probably a couple weeks or, 10-day stretches where we probably felt we could have played a little bit better. But, I give the guys a lot of credit. It's a team that dealt with a ton of adversity over the course of the season with a lot of injuries and a lot of travel, especially early in the season in October and November that they had to get through. But overall, a pretty consistent year by our group. And, one thing I'm really optimistic about is how we finished in the month of March, and everybody was playing hard and playing that playoff style of hockey. We had tough opponents down the stretch, which is great, and I think it prepared this group to get ready for this day here today.
What kind of series are you expecting here with the Blades? What kind of team does Saskatoon have, and how do you match up against them?
Yeah, Saskatoon's got a good team. I mean, they're quick. They got some guys that play with a ton of speed up front. They can get behind your D and create offensive chances. And, they're a team that has guys on their group there right now that have pretty substantial playoff, games under their belt at the end of the day. So, they're a good team, and it's going to be a good matchup for us. It's a group that we can't take lightly. Even the standings are out the window at this point. It's a new season for everybody, and we got to go and be ready to try to take control of the series here right when the puck drops tonight.
Oil Kings GM Kurt Hill with us on Sports 1440. I want to kind of get your perspective on the art of the deal and how trades work in the Western League. So how you go about it and how it's cyclical. And we've talked about that many times before, you and I, Kurt. But when you know that you have a team that has some really good players that have been around for a while and have gone through the downs and now they're going through the ups, and you want to make the adjustments for your team at the deadline, maybe just let our listeners know how that process works in the Western League when you dial up Mike Johnston in Portland or trying to get Carter Southern out of there. Maybe just express how that works from a Western Hockey League perspective.
Yeah, I think for us as our organization, I mean, that process, when you're looking at your group in the summertime, it starts there almost. And, when you have this many returning players come back and, you start talking to your coaching staff and you start evaluating right away in the summer to say, where do we feel we potentially need to upgrade our group going into the season, and down the road, where do we feel we're going to need to upgrade? It's, I've always tried to get on things a little bit earlier if we can, just knowing that prices, once you wait to the 11th hour, they skyrocket pretty high. So, I look to this year, and we were able to make a deal in the summer for Max Curran, and unfortunately he's out for the year, but that's a deal right there where you got to the market a little bit earlier and we're able to add a legitimate top six centerman to your team. But, as things get closer, the art of the deal is probably early December is the time where it really begins, where teams are in the standings. They got an idea of where they're going to be at. Are you going to be buyers? Are you going to be sellers? And, who's going to be available from your group? And that's where, as you're making your rounds with different general managers around the league, you start understanding which guys are going to be available. And then you have a subcategory of guys that are on your wish list, or, I'd really like to try to get these players, even though they haven't told me they're available. And that's where you start kind of maybe throwing out feelers. Hey, have you ever considered potentially ever thinking about moving this player, and vice versa? So, yeah, and then that just leads up to that trade deadline week where things can get pretty hectic. I think over the Christmas break, managers have time to think about things a little bit more, and sometimes you can get deals done kind of after the roster freeze starts back open in December 27th, which we were able to do this year. But then after that, you're kind of usually waiting to the Christmas break and seeing, or to the trade deadline and seeing, who's going to be, what you're able to get done at that point. But I think the big variable now too, Kevin, is cycles have changed, and there's the new variable with the NCAA coming in and not knowing how long guys are going to stay. It's certainly a different world from the last time we loaded up, and I think the last time we knew what we were going to be able to recoup back, and this time around, and I don't know if we went as deep because I'm not too sure what we're going to be able to recoup back if you don't get certain players back in your lineup.
So when you say that cycles changed, Kurt, how do you mean? Do you mean it's changed in the sense that it's a different window, it's shorter, longer? What do you mean?
Yeah, when I say that, I think before, you would try to build your team around, having the depth of your group in the 19-year-old age group, and then having 3 good 20-year-olds. And I mean, it's hard to predict that now. Got some players are leaving at 18, some players are leaving at 19, and sometimes you don't get the 20-year-olds back that you think you're going to. So I think right now, if you have a team in the standings, and I don't know if age can be the factor anymore. You got good 17-year-old and 18-year-old players and not necessarily good 19-year-old. I think you might see more teams try to go for it a year earlier because just the unknown of if players are going to be back in the league the next year or not.
Mm-hmm. Kurt Hill with us. And when we talk about the trade, the biggest trade that you made was for Carter Southern, the defenseman out of Portland. How has he fit in? How's he looked? He's obviously got a lot of experience in the playoffs, so that's something that's a big plus for you heading into this series with Saskatoon.
Yeah, Carter's fit in really well. I mean, his offensive production on our team has been fantastic. I mean, he provides a little bit of bite and a presence back there as well with our group, which I think is important. And as you spoke to, I think one of the biggest things when we were making that deal was trying to implement more playoff experience into our lineup. And he's certainly a guy that's played in the playoffs a lot. And, further to that, he's been on a team that has won some really big playoff series, which went pretty deep to game sevens and on the road and important games amongst his career.
Yeah. The offense that you get generated from your back end, can you maybe just discuss that between, Carter Southern, Ethan McKenzie, and how important that is for the success of your team?
Yeah, it's certainly an area I felt last year in the playoffs. We didn't have as much production from our back end. And, I think heading into this year, it was something we wanted to address, just trying to create more from the back end. Our forward group, we feel, is a deep group, and, their production has been really solid all year. And, that was a big thing heading into this season. We wanted to try to accomplish. And, we feel that right now we have strong offense from the back end, like you said, with Southern, McKenzie, Blake Fiddler adds another offensive element back there. And I just feel like every pair on the back end has the ability to move pucks, skate well, and certainly are more of a shot threat from the back end as well from the blue line.
Mm-hmm. Kurt Hill, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440. Andrew O'Neill, how did you get this player up from the States? And man, he's a big kid. He's a big load. And what's he meant to his addition to the team this year?
Yeah, Andrew's a player that we listed. He was an unlisted player playing at the national development team, and we put him on our list. Though that would be going back, when he would have been 16 playing at the national development team. And he spent 2 seasons playing there. And after that second year at the development team, he had to make a decision. What if he was going to go to the USHL or come to our league? I don't know if he was quite ready to go to the NCAA at that point. He was committed to North Dakota at the time, which, is a tough program to crack at a pretty young age for some players. And, so through a lengthy recruitment process, and talking with Andrew, talking with his advisors and his family and bringing him up here, I think, he came and he saw what we have to offer players here. He was, really positive about the development situation that he was going to be put in here this season. And he hit the ground running, and he's probably been one of the most consistent players, I would say, throughout the entire season. He adds a huge element in being a guy that can win a lot of key faceoffs. And, he's a big guy that plays with a ton of speed, and he's chipped in offensively at different points of the season. So he's been a very nice addition to our group this year. And I will say that I've been impressed with how he's been able to translate into our league and have success immediately.
What's his future look like, Kurt? I mean, still a young guy here, and as you said, he was probably looking to go to UND, and don't have to tell you about it, and we discussed it a little bit already with the NCAA route with CHL players. But what do things look like for him down the road?
Yeah, I think for Andrew right now, his focus is on obviously getting drafted this season. He went through the NHL draft last year, and I think just with the year he's had right now, He's put his name on the radar, obviously, to get drafted in June. So hopefully for him, he puts in a good effort here in the playoffs and has a good playoff run and gets recognized for that and has his name selected in June at the draft.
Mm-hmm. What's the overall health of the team here, Kurt, going into the playoffs?
Yeah, it's probably, considering the injuries we've had all season, it's pretty optimistic, I would say. We're happy with where we're at. We still have a few guys that we're hoping to get back at some point here in the first round, maybe the second round. But overall, I think considering what we've been dealing with most of the year, it's in a pretty good spot heading into the game tonight.
As far as goaltending goes, how lucky are you to have, I guess, the confidence of both guys, being able to take the crease? I'm not sure exactly what the breakdown is going to be here going in up to Coach Smith here, but just from a GM standpoint, how excited you are that you have two very capable goaltenders.
Yeah, it's a luxury to have. I mean, not every team has that. Some teams have starters. They pretty much have to run through the entire postseason if they want to have a chance. But I feel like both guys, have had pretty solid seasons for us. They both have had their speed bumps along the way, but overall, they both had pretty consistent years, and they both have been playing very good in the month of March here, leading up to this game here tonight. So, nice luxury to have. We have confidence in both, and at this point of the season, it's you're going to go with whoever has the hot hand and whoever's playing well, and I'm sure that's the approach the coaching staff's going to take here.
Yeah, what kind of style do you think is going to take here? And you guys have the offensive capabilities to create a lot of offense, but as everyone knows, what wins at this time of the year. So how do you think that will go as we get into this series with Saskatoon?
Yeah, like anything, we're in the playoffs now. The big things are going to be goaltending, special teams, guys putting their bodies on the line a little bit more in those smaller areas of the game, blocking shots, finishing checks. And, these series are marathons, they're not sprints. So just stick into the process. There's going to be, I find in junior hockey, there's a lot of really heavy emotion swings that happen in games and in playoff series that, you have to be prepared for. And so it's just sticking to the process, letting the depth of our team, continue to wear teams down as we move through. And it's certainly a heavy commitment on the guys of showing they want to win and coming out and playing with that desperation.
Well, you've always had pretty good fan support. I would assume that you're looking for that to continue tonight and then Sunday afternoon here, Kurt.
Yeah, it's fantastic what the fan support has been here in Edmonton. I mean, we've led the Western League for many years now, and even those dire years, I know to lead the league in attendance when you win 10 games, it truly shows that you have amazing fan support in this city. And I expect nothing more here in the playoffs. And, hopefully our guys can give them a good run here.
Well, Kurt, as always, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it. Best of luck tonight and then Sunday. And then as the series shifts to Saskatoon next week, all the very best. And thanks for coming on as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Kevin.
Okay, take care. That's Kurt Hill, Edmonton Oil Kings general manager. Game number 1 goes tonight. 7 bells down at Rogers Place. Game number 2 in this series is Sunday afternoon at 2:00. And then the series shifts to Saskatoon, and it's going to be back-to-back nights in Toontown at the old Credit Union Place. I don't even know what it's called now anymore, but the Oil Kings in Saskatoon on Tuesday, and then Wednesday night, if necessary. Game number 5 will go back here, and that's a Friday night game, 6 p.m. puck drop. A 6 p.m. puck drop, game 5 if needed. That's the game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge. All new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. Great selection too. Check it out at stalbertdodge.com. When we come back, Zach Kavanaugh from the Sporting Tribune in SoCal will preview the Ducks and Oilers tomorrow afternoon. It's the Kevin Karius Show with the Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio. We are streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch, presented by Sports Select.
One app, triple the action. Play Alberta is proof that good things do come in threes. Whether you're into playing any of our exciting casino games, betting on your favorite professional sports teams from around the world, or buying into Canada's biggest lotteries, Play Alberta is the province's only app to do it all. Download today and discover a new way to play.
Must be 18 plus to play. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Booster Juice is going crazy for hazelnuts.
No, not crazy. Nuts.
Booster Juice is going bananas for hazelnuts.
I mean, there are bananas in smoothies, but that's not the point.
Banana juice is booster for hazelnuts.
What? Just stop.
Booster Juice is going nuts for hazelnut. Introducing the Nutty Monkey Smoothie, Holy Hazelnut Acai Bowl, and Nutty Booster Ball, all made with rich, creamy hazelnut spread. Try them today, only at Booster Juice. Canadian born, blending since 1999.
Are you looking for safe and reliable transportation solutions for your wedding, corporate retreat, or golf trip? Look no further than Silent Rides, Alberta's premier charter bus company. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer 3 different sizes of units to cater to your needs, and we provide first-class service at affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information and to request a quote, contact sales at 877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
No fluff, no fillers, just pure entertainment. Sports 1440 brings the heat with bold opinions, big personalities, and Edmonton's fiercest fans. This is your turf. This is Edmonton's sports leader, Sports 1440.
At GS Construction, every winter plan becomes a spring project. Every repaired line and every improved system is how we build the next chapter of Edmonton's infrastructure. And we can't do that without the best and the brightest in the field. That's why right now, GS Construction is looking to hire experienced top men, pipe layers, and operators who can step in and hit the ground running. With a people-first mentality, career growth, and comprehensive benefits, why would you want to work anywhere else? To apply, visit gsconstruction.ca.
At Fountain Tire, the savings come in threes. Up to 25% off select tires, a mail-in rebate of up to $100 off a set of 4 select tires, and $50 off a $150 service. We're basically the BLT of savings. Until April 25th. Restrictions apply. Book today.
Exciting news from St. Albert Dodge. The all-new 2026 Jeep Gladiator Sport packages have arrived. They have a great selection and a bunch of colors to choose from. And if you've checked out the Sport, you know it comes in some fun colors. Rugged capability, practical off-road features, and you can get behind the wheel for as low as $49,900. That's right. Put yourself in a brand new Jeep Gladiator Sport for less than $50,000. What more can you ask for? Time to head up the trail and see how easy it is to do business at St. Albert Dodge.
It's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweat Box.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in pre-season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
Looking for auto parts without the dealership price tag? You'll save big here at Ed's Auto Salvage in Westlaw. From engines and alternators to doors and glass, we carry quality tested used parts at unbeatable prices. Why spend thousands when you can spend hundreds? Keep your car and your budget running strong with Ed's Auto Salvage. I'm Lisa, inviting you to stop in soon or visit us online. We offer province-wide shipping and daily delivery to Edmonton. edsautosalvage.com.
The weather doesn't care about your shift or your schedule. Carhartt Rain Defender sweatshirts let you battle back against the ever-changing elements. Carhartt's durable, water-repellent technology lets light rain beat up and roll right off. Layer up and stay on the job longer without getting drenched. Get your Carhartt Rain Defender sweatshirts at all 3 of our Edmonton job site workwear locations.
Job site workwear, tough different tough jobs.
Just in time for the morning skate. This is the Kevin Karius Show on Sports 1440.
All right, welcome back to the big program. 10:23 in Edmonton, and time now for the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. We can meet all your car needs and more with our digital vehicle report, and we just don't tell you what your car needs, we show you. Book your appointment at fountaintire.com today as we welcome back Zach Kavanaugh from the Sporting Tribune, covers the Anaheim Ducks. Good morning, Zach. You're with Kevin Karius. Thanks for jumping on Sports 1440 this morning. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, Kevin. Happy to be here in beautiful sunny Alberta, right?
Hey, I know you're on this trip here, so have you made your way up to Edmonton, or are you still in Calgary?
I'm still down in Calgary, literally looking at the Calgary Tower right now, and we'll be flying up this afternoon.
Oh, excellent. Too bad you didn't want to make the drive. Nothing better than that 2.5 hour drive up the QE2 for you here, Zach. But
that's what I hear, yeah.
And wait till you get up here. I mean, it's just absolutely pleasant in Edmonton and area. I think we are looking at, it's only -8, but it's going to get warmer today, but we got lots of snow. You're going to really enjoy it when you come up here for the weekend. It's just absolutely abysmal, Zach. Oh, man. Hey, anyway,
it's funny as a Californian, I actually like the difference, but I don't think I don't know what I'd feel like if this was every day like you guys have to deal with it.
We're getting sick of it here, Zach. It's been a long winter. And, we just got a dump this week again, and it's been -15. Yeah, we are getting sick of it, and we want spring to come for sure. How was the game last night, the 3-2 overtime win, Ducks over the Flames, Zach?
It was a weird one. The Ducks have had a lot of these games where they give up the first goal, and even they didn't play terribly necessarily to let up these goals. They had a couple overturned there in the first period that maybe they should have been down more. Mm-hmm. But Calgary wasn't doing anything either to sort of impress themselves upon the game. And Mikael Granlund just had a singular performance there with the 3 goals, the hat trick, to kind of pull them out of that. But otherwise, it was sort of not the best performance the Ducks have had, but when they get wins out of games like that, that's kind of what their magic has been all season.
Well, if I told you with 10 games to go here, 9 for the Oilers, that the Anaheim Ducks would be in first place in the Pacific, I would have told you that at the beginning of the year, Zach. What would you have said?
I wouldn't have believed you for 1 second. I would have thought that, Connor McDavid was out for the season and Jack Eichel was out for the season and all that sort of stuff. The division is where it is because of sort of the failures of the Oilers and Vegas in my eyes, where the Ducks have been magical. They've found these ways to tie the games late, and they're excellent in overtime, undefeated in the shootout. All the things are breaking for them at the right times. But everyone knows when you look at the standings, like there's 10 teams in the East that are better than the Ducks are right now. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for the state of play, the Ducks would be competitive. They'd be in the playoff race certainly, but I wouldn't have imagined them being at the top of the division, certainly, just based on the pedigrees of Vegas and Edmonton specifically. Mm-hmm. But the opportunity's there, and they've seized it, and they're running with it. 10 games to go, a 5-point lead, and who knows what it could be if they beat Edmonton on Saturday. This is the biggest game of the season for everybody.
For sure it is. Zach Kavanaugh from the Sporting Tribune, our guest on the Kevin Karius Show here on Sports 1440. What's John Carlson looked like since the deadline acquisition on the blue line here, Zach?
His veteran poise, it's something that's, maybe a bit of a cliche or something all these guys say when a new guy comes in, like, oh, we're excited to see him. But it's really stood out. And, he's sort of like an evolved version of what some of these Ducks puck-moving defensemen will be, whether it's Jackson Lacombe or Pavel Mintyukov. He is so calm when he enters the zone. And you just look at the play last night on the overtime winner. He gets the puck up high, switches spots with Granlund down low. He sort of just starts charging. Granlund recognizes that, goes up top, and they hit the one-timer. And it's these little plays of just sort of the deftness of his shaking the shoulders or looking a guy off to open up space and give room to guys. He did it again in Vancouver on Monday or Tuesday, a 3-assist night for him there. Mm-hmm. He's really fit in with the offensive scheme here and brought a sense of calm to the blue line where with all these young kids, it can kind of be a little hectic at times. And he's not the big physical Radko Gudas or Jacob Trouba, but he's a big guy that knows how to handle the puck on the ice and get the puck to guys in the right spots. And he's certainly helped the power play. It looked so much better last night than it had in recent weeks. Yeah, no kidding. Zach Kavanaugh with us on Sports 1440. Couple injuries last night with a couple guys on the back end. What's the status there, Zach? So Radko Gudas had a lower body injury about 5 minutes left in the second period. Didn't have an update last night. The Ducks are practicing this afternoon in Edmonton. They'll have a better evaluation then. I won't be there for that, but we'll basically sort of have to wait till warm-ups tomorrow with no morning skate on Saturday. And then Pavel Mintyukov, he went down on the Flames go-ahead goal there in the third period, and it was a little controversial where he's lying prone on the ice for 30, 40 seconds before they score. He came back late in the third and he had a shift or two and stayed on the bench the whole time. So he's seemingly okay. Again, something to get a better update on when they play tomorrow. And then Troy Terry was another guy who didn't play last night. They called it a maintenance day with a lower body injury. He'd been coming off an upper body injury recently. But they also expect that he should be back in the lineup tomorrow. But all of that is sort of up in the air when it comes to these injury updates. They're a bit coy, and they're becoming increasingly coy as they get towards the playoffs. But that's the nature of the NHL, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Zach Kavanaugh with us on Sports 1440. Well, Mason McTavish here. Zach, what's your take on the season that he's had? I mean, the healthy scratch just recently, and his future moving forward within the organization.
It's certainly been a tough season. There's no two ways about it. And he finally got back on the goal chart with a goal in Vancouver on Tuesday, breaking a 14-game drought. He's struggled to be consistent, and he has always been a streaky player. That's nothing new. But it just seems that when he hits these ruts this season, they seem deeper than they've been. And even he was on a line to start off the season with Beckett Seneca and Cutter Gauthier. And there was a stretch where Cutter and Beckett were scoring off the charts, and the Ducks were the hottest team in the league and all that sort of stuff. And even while those two were racking up points, Mason still wasn't, despite being their pivot man in the middle. Yeah. So it was kind of a strange dichotomy. And as he got into those deeper and deeper ruts, Quenneville's tried to move him around to jumpstart him. And whether that's putting him on the wing or shifting him to the fourth line where he is now, some of it has stuck, and then it doesn't really stick for that much longer. So it's hard to tell. But as far as going forward with the team, they've clearly made a commitment to him with the deal that they signed in the offseason, and they need him to be that guy. It's Mikhail Granlund stepping up in the way that he has been a godsend to kind of fill that second line center role, but that should be McTavish's role. And I still get the sense they're very committed to trying to get that to work and maybe writing this season off and seeing if he can't latch back onto it next year, because he is a guy that can impose himself on a game when he really gets going, but it's been a struggle. And whether it's in the dot or otherwise, it's stuff that he's still building on as a 23-year-old, but it's also the time in his career where they've given him an assistant captain letter past the season, and they want him to really grab hold of that role, and he just hasn't quite gotten there yet. But there's still a place for him. They need him to be good is kind of the long and short of it.
Yeah. Did the contract negotiations have anything to do with maybe, how he came into this season?
You would think so, but it's funny because normally he starts very slow. And I thought coming into, camp as late as he did, that it was going to be even worse. And he started off the season fairly hot, again, with Beckett Seneca and Cutter Gauthier. Maybe part of that is the two of them helping him more than him helping them. But it's hard to tell this late in the year because the worst moments of his season have come recently with those healthy scratches and such. But he's had a really great attitude toward it. Like anytime that I have to broach the subject with him, he's always there, ready to talk, and gives a fairly believable answer, not just sort of the player speak that you get sometimes. But it's all there for him. I don't know if the contract discussion particularly had an effect, but he's clearly been struggling to find his place in this new system.
Yeah. What about Owen Zellweger? We've been following this guy for a long time, World Juniors and everything. What's his trajectory been this year? What do you think it is in the future as well here, Zach?
Owen's had a rough go of it too, and he was a guy that really started to take off last year and had this upward trajectory. And but the problem that Olin is looking at now is it's just such a stacked Ducks back end, whether it is right now or looking at the guys coming down the pike, whether it's, first round picks like Steven Solberg or Tristan Luneau. Those guys are going to be coming up on the left side in Solberg's case relatively quickly. And Zellweger, as a smaller defenseman, he has always relied on his shot and his speed. And his speed is still there, but his size is never going to change. And his shot just isn't falling as much as it is this year.
Mm-hmm.
So he's had a bit of a rough go. Recently, he was scratched on Tuesday. And now that, he was able to get some more reps, but now that Radko Gudas is up and Ian Moore has made an impact this season on the back end as well, there's one of these guys is going to get pushed out pretty soon. And for a while, it maybe felt like it was going to be Pavel Mintyukov based on the early part of the season, but Mintyukov's really solidified, especially with Karlsson as his partner recently. And Zellweger is kind of the guy that's on the bubble right now. And I wouldn't be surprised if he is moved at some point as the Ducks look at the needs and say, hey, maybe we need another scoring forward and we could package a guy like him who still has plenty of promise. He just is kind of losing his role here with the organization slowly but surely.
So is it his size? Do you think that maybe that might be somewhere where the organization goes, we don't have a spot for you? But when you think about those three pending older UFAs in Karlsson, Trouba, and Gudas, you would think that there's a spot for him on the back end moving forward, wouldn't you?
You would think. I get the sense that they still want to keep Trouba. I get the sense that they've made no kind of bones about it, that they do want to at least approach Karlsson about staying. Gudas is kind of on the fence. But when I say that there's all these young guys in the organization right behind him, Steven Solberg is a big hitter on the left side, and Tristan Luneau is a very tall, he's a bulky kid, but can also score the puck. And he's a right-handed defender. And Ian Moore is kind of the surprise in all of this, where he got a call up early when Gudas went down early in the season and has just enamored himself so much with the coaching staff that they try to keep him in the lineup, whether it's a forward or D. And all these guys are just slightly bigger, a little bit older, have a little bit more to them. And knowing Pat Verbeek, it's so funny with him being the little ball of hate. He loves his big, strong players. And just like we saw with Zegras getting moved out last offseason, I don't know if he sees Olen Zellweger as a long-term piece. And Zellweger has had the opportunities to really make an impression in that way, and he did certainly last year. But this has not been the same season for him, despite the more regular playing time that he's had this year.
Looking down the road here, Zach, is it crazy to say that the three young forwards that they're building this team around, in Gauthier, Karlsson, and Seneca, is it crazy to say that all three of these guys could be 40-goal guys in the NHL with this Ducks team?
It's not at all.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how the jump that Cutter Gauthier took this season, I think we all expected him to take some sort of leap. And I was thinking, okay, 30 goals would be a great season for him. Now he's staring at that 40-goal plateau. He's at 36. It's on the way. Mm-hmm. And Beckett Seneca, coming into the season, nobody thought he was going to stick with this team longer than the 10-game tryout. And here he is, one of the most consistent players on the team. Yeah. He has hit a slow patch here recently, and I want to talk to him. I still haven't gotten to him in about a week or so to kind of see where he's feeling, if this is the rigors of a long NHL season finally catching up to this 20-year-old. But he bounces back, and he's always out there. He's always trying stuff, for better or worse. He likes to get a little fancy with some of his reads these days. But it's incredible, the leap that particularly Karlsson and Gauthier have taken. And Beckett Seneca has been the X factor for this team. We talk about where I would have expected the Ducks to be if it wasn't for Seneca's contribution, basically an extra top six forward that you didn't expect to be a 50-plus point scorer for you at this point. I don't know how much further the Ducks would be down, but it wouldn't be where they are. Seneca has truly been the X factor to what this Ducks roster became this season.
What kind of game do you think we're going to see tomorrow? Everyone knows the Ducks can open it up, take some chances. Oilers, at times this year, we've seen a similar game where their defensive commitment hasn't been there. But I think, what are we looking at? 22 goals in the last two games, right? 6-5 and 7-4. So you think it's going to be like a high-scoring one? Or do you think because the playoffs are nearing that maybe the two teams will lock it down a little bit tomorrow afternoon, Zach?
You would think with the stakes that it would end up being a tighter game than usual, but I don't know that these teams are capable of doing that. I highly anticipate just another quick one. I think in both the games, not only have they been high scoring, but they've just had these wild swings of momentum. The game in Edmonton, the Oilers scored 3 goals in like 4 minutes or something like that, and Mikael Granlund had his first hat trick of the season there, and the Anaheim game, just another one where it was back and forth, and the Ducks tie late, win late, all that sort of stuff. I can't imagine the team's playing anything less than a 100-mile-an-hour track meet tomorrow. But I will say the afternoon games are not the Ducks' specialty, so I wouldn't be surprised if they come out maybe a little slow to open this one. But
same with the Oilers too, Zach, for afternoon games.
Sure.
It's just the way it seems. After the Ducks are here, you guys are home to Toronto on Monday. What kind of fireworks are you expecting in that game after the Gudis Matthews incident?
Well, I'm very curious based on if Radko is even going to play. Obviously, getting injured last night. If he doesn't go on Monday, I don't know what the result of that is. Do the Leafs then take that out on some of the other Ducks star players? Do they just sort of pack it in? I don't know what that's going to end up being if Radko doesn't play. If he does play, I hope it is limited to target Radko Gudis, have your fight, get it over with, get it out of your system, and then sort of move on. Because again, at that point there'll be 8 games towards the playoffs. The Ducks cannot afford anything happening to the 3 guys you mentioned: Beckett, Seneca, Cutter Gauthier, Leo Carlson. If there's any sort of targeting that goes on there, it could get nasty. But the Ducks also don't have the same level of bruisers that you might think. Like the only guy that will drop the gloves is like a designated fighter right now in the lineup is Jeffrey Viel. And I don't know if that's going to be satisfactory to what the Leafs want there, but it'll be up to see if Radko plays or not. Hopefully he does and everything gets avoided. But if he doesn't, it could get fairly interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hey, Zach, thanks for coming on. Enjoy the trip up here and maybe pick up one of those winter coats you can buy at the airport. You'll need it when you get here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kevin.
Thanks, Zach. That's Zach Kavanaugh from the Sporting Tribune, covers the Anaheim Ducks. That's our game of the day, brought to you by St. Albert Dodge, and the Puck Report, brought to you by Fountain Tire. It's one thing that we focus on, your vehicle. Visit fountaintire.com and book your appointment today. 10:40 in Edmonton. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. We'll wrap up the week. Got a nice email from Leslie that I'm going to read that she sent me regarding our conversation with Frank Saravalli, Duke. That's going to be right after the break. And also an announcement to make regarding Cam Tate, Duke, and the morning show. Tater, me listening. I'm going to text you because he texted me 16 times yesterday. When are you making this announcement? I said, I don't know, Tater. We'll figure it out. That's after the break. Kevin Karius, Duke of Delburne, Josh Fenwick on Sports 1440 AM Radio, presented by Sports Select. We're streaming on YouTube, X, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitch.
Whether it's a house, a gas station, an apartment complex, or any new building going up above ground, the work always starts below ground. And that's where you'll find GS Construction. GS Construction ensures the first step, relocating utilities, installing new ones, and building the underground systems, is taken to make progress possible. But the work can't start without you. GS Construction is currently on the lookout for experienced top men, pipe layers, and operators. To apply, visit gsconstruction.ca.
Hi, Mike here from Northgate Chevrolet Buick GMC. We're the #1 dealer in the world. Just kidding. If we were, would you care? We're the #1 dealer in Canada. Still kidding. You probably still don't care. Tell you what you will care about, our March Madness sale going on right now. Discounts up to $30,000. And the grand opening of our Autoplex, a massive indoor showroom. No self-proclaimed titles, no iPads, no trips to Vegas or hockey jerseys, just a really good deal. Stop in and see us today, 13215 97th Street, or visit us online at northgategm.com.
You're in Northgate country.
Legacy Heating and Cooling offers no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. So when you wake up to no heat,
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
if you need it immediately with no overtime rates,
Call Legacy.
if you need it immediately and want to combo it with AC,
Call Legacy. Call Legacy.
no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new furnace. It could only be Legacy Heating and Cooling.
It's coming. An unstoppable force that will turn your home into the Sweatbox.
Don't live in a summer blockbuster. Pro Solutions is your one-call solves-it-all expert for AC repairs, tune-ups, and new installations. With fast appointments and flexible financing, we'll make sure your home story has a comfortable ending. AC season is coming soon, so book today.
Lock in free season pricing today.
Visit prosolutionsinc.ca to schedule your service today.
The longest running basketball show in Canada airs every Saturday morning at 10 on Sports 1440. Hoop City with Paul Sir introduces a new generation of basketball talk, and it's right here on Edmonton's home for sports, Sports 1440.
What if you could hire motivated, safety-trained youth with no risk and funding to support you? At Careers The Next Generation, we make hiring easy with funded internships across Alberta in trades, IT, forestry, and more. Interns are WCB covered, complete high school accredited safety trained, and arrive ready to contribute from day one. With 42% of RAP students completing their apprenticeship by age 22, you get skilled workers faster. Spots are filling up. Visit careersnextgen.ca today.
Need a new ride for road trips, errands, or just life on the go? Go Auto offers a massive selection with over 15,000 new and used vehicles to choose from. With over 70 locations across Western Canada, finding your next ride has never been easier. Whether it's a roomy SUV for the family, a sleek car for the open road, or a rugged truck for your weekend adventures, you'll find it here at a price you'll love. Explore thousands of vehicles today at goauto.ca.
Fast track your financial goals with a special rate term deposit from Vision Credit Union. For a limited time, take advantage of a great rate on 1, 3, or 5-year terms. Plus, as a Vision Credit Union member, you can earn up to 25% more on your interest through profit shares. For details, contact your branch today or visit visioncu.ca. That's visioncu.ca.
It's happened again, and construction season is coming soon. Job delayed, money lost, and clients disappointed because your rigging failed and it wasn't inspected. Don't let this happen to you. Have your lifting slings, fittings, hoisting tools, and safety harnesses checked with Titan Supply. Titan Supply offers certified on-site and in-house rigging inspections and service, so they can repair it, replace it, and recertify it. Titan Supply in Edmonton, Grand Prairie, Red Deer, and Calgary, and at titansupply.ca. Lift, dig, haul.
Have your sports curiosity cured with the Kevin Karius Show. This is Sports 1440.
Sounds good too. All right. Welcome back to the big program. Walt, what are you doing? Making it look mean. It's from Slapshot, Finney. Welcome back to the Kevin Karius Show, 1046 in Edmonton. It's presented by Sports Select. We've got NCAA March Madness basketball to sprinkle today, and then 15 big games in the NHL. Tomorrow, Oilers at 1:30. Hey, and tell you what, you want the Jays and A's tonight? Check it out, sportselect.com. You going to sprinkle some on the Jays tonight, Duke?
Yeah.
Are you?
Obligatory.
Why wouldn't you?
I might get the chance to listen to the game on my drive down.
That's very true.
To heading to Delburne for the weekend, a couple things on the go there. And depending on how my afternoon schedule goes, it might time out perfectly that at the conclusion of the Jason Gregor Show, as will be the case for all Blue Jays games this year, joining in progress. AM radio feed only. If you're listening online, you get Fox Sports Radio. But as you've said many times, Kev, there's just something about listening to a baseball game on the radio that I think really does supersede, I'll say, any other sport. Like listening to hockey on the radio is great. I do it pretty regularly, and in my travels back and forth, whether it's an Oilers game or otherwise, through like NHL app and stuff like that. But yeah, baseball, it's just like the slow moving nature of the game and the gaps in action the insight that these broadcasters that follow the team for 162 games each year can give you.
Yeah.
I really enjoy it. So I'll often put the AirPods in if I'm out at the driving range or something and listen to games. And so today for the season opener, I think there's a very good chance I'll be listening in.
Tomorrow it's 1 o'clock, 1:07 first pitch. So that's an afternoon game. We'll have it for you on Sports 1440, right?
What time does the other game start?
1:30. So what are we at? Yeah, it's just 12.
So I assume it'll be joined in progress following the conclusion of the pregame show. And then I wonder if, that'd be a better question for Donovan because he would know.
Well, he's not here.
I know he's not here,
tomorrow.
but he knows like last fall during pre and post game stuff, how it worked, if there was an overlap with both pregame and post game, if they just bypass it. I don't know the answer to those questions.
J-Dog says the games on TV are going to be different without Buck. In my mind.
Blue Jays.
Look at this donkey coming into the studios here. Cam Tate, right in time for our announcement, Duke, that we're going to have Cam Tate on the morning show. Listen to this. Let me read this, what Cam sent to me. Yeah, well, no, just hang on a second. Cam's here, and so is the con man. So starting Monday, it'll be called Cam and Eggs. And Tate... Cam and Eggs.
That's excellent. That's great.
Oh, this has been around for a long time. So Tater texted me this on Tuesday or Wednesday. Hey, how about this? Your 1 minute wake up, a tightly written and produced piece. Well, I don't know who's tightly writing it, Tater, as he gives me a big smile here. Previewing the 2 minute warning with Gregor that runs in the afternoon. Heavy, heavy, heavy humor. What do you think? So we're going to start that on Monday morning. And we're moving it around, Tater. We're not going to have a set time for it. We're going to move it around.
So we want everybody to get the chance to listen to it.
Like him. He says, moving it around. And, I was thinking of every time we run this, and I don't know if I would run out of stories, but I could tell some Cam Tate party stories and partying stories. We could run the Cam and Eggs for 15 years and not run out, dude. He says he's thrilled. Cam's in the studio with us right now. He's thrilled to be a part of the morning show. Well, we're thrilled to have you, big guy.
Thank you, Eddie.
See? Okay. Eddie gave him the dream, and that's what Cam says. So it'll be Cam and Eggs. And that little phrase has been around for how many years? 10? Maybe 8. I don't know. Never on radio, obviously, yes. Just in the paper and things like that. So we're excited to have Cam as a part of our show moving forward on Monday. And you'll be able to hear it right here on Sports 1440. And Cam makes an appearance and comes in here. I can't believe it. And yesterday, like I said, he texted me 27 times. Hey, when's it going to be on? Like, what's going on here? What was the one? Sorry that I have such a big ego, but when is it going to be? But we're excited to have that. So text 833-401-1440. Hey, Matthew sent this one in because we're talking about the goaltenders. There was some talk who would start tomorrow against Saturday. I looked a few stat sites and it's a coin toss. Ingram has a .920 save and a .280 goals against, slightly better than Jari, but both goalies had their worst performances as an Oiler against the Ducks. Ingram was pulled after 13 minutes, 4 goals, and Jari didn't fare any better in his worst. But Jari did stop 37 of 41 shots back on January 1, where the Oilers were victorious. Thanks for those stats, Matthew. I got a text from Leslie yesterday. I'm going to read it. Hi, Kevin. Enjoyed your discussion with Frank Saravalli this morning regarding Connor McDavid's comments about John Cooper. The word frustration sounded likely. Add in exhaustion, playing deep into June. Stanley Cup Finals, Game 7, Game 6, a ton of minutes during the Olympics. Expectations, another word. Reasonable or not, just about everyone picked Canada for gold. Fear, she says, having to wait 4 more years for another chance to win Olympic gold. What if he's injured or something? He's going to be 33 in 4 years. What if he's hurt? Having to live with a nagging reminder that Matthew Tkachuk has 2 cup rings and an Olympic gold. Loves to taunt you. The national Toronto-based sports media constantly comparing Connor to Austin Matthews, who now has an Olympic gold. And Leslie goes on to write and says, being asked repeatedly, why can't you win the big games when they count? Like he's some kind of failure. Come on, far from it. He has over the years been the hero of this town. So often it seems everyone just expects him to win. Why wouldn't he be frustrated and a bit crabby at times? Just hope he stays healthy and continue to love playing the game for as long as he wants. We are so fortunate to be able to watch him play here in our hometown. A couple of other things. She likes Lenny the dog too. Leslie, thank you very much for your email. Much appreciated. Text 833-401-1440. Billy says, Duke, I'm in the garage on yard and the yard on the weekends. I love listening to the game on 1440. There you go, Duke. And he talks about the signal. Yeah, but you can go to the iPlayer and the TuneIn app. I listen to it in the backyard on my transistor radio when I'm doing yard work. And it comes in fine for me. So depending on where you are, Billy. And it's free, says the Roadhammer. Well, what a week it was, Duke. And again, you're going at it again. After the all-night curling, you got hockey.
We've talked about this, Kev. This month of March is a nonstop wagon for me, going all the way back to open it up with Alberta Beer Festival, that was a little bit more of an impromptu decision and maybe an ill-advised one, knowing what I had on the horizon. But yeah, Manville Rec Tourney champions.
How long can you keep this?
Want to make sure that gets thrown in there again.
Okay. How long can you keep
this? This is it for me. Ever. No. I have to think these first couple of weekends of April will be pretty casual.
Wow.
As I look to recover.
Well, have a great weekend again. You got your grandpa's funeral tomorrow.
Yeah.
So
Always when you were away back in January, my grandpa passed away, 99 years. So we're gonna have today would be his 100th birthday. So that's the kind of the celebration. We're gonna have what I assume is a huge turnout at the Delburne Hall. 1 o'clock is the scheduled service time for any of the Delburne listeners in the area that maybe didn't see it online or anywhere. Gonna have some great stories told and things of a great life lived. So looking forward to that, to see some friends and family, and then all that bookended by some beer league hockey at the Delburne Agriplex to round out hockey season in the community.
Well, have a great weekend.
Yeah, you too, Kev. Take care.
I'm babysitting tomorrow, so.
Babysitting who?
Donnie P.
Oh, right.
Donovan Paulson in our baseball draft. So that's tomorrow for sure. Hey, thanks everyone for listening today. That was a great show. Coming up at the top of the hour, it is Fantasy Frenzy with
the former Roshep T-Bird,
Connor Halley and the Duke of Delburne. 12 o'clock till 2. It's the Lowdown with Alan Mitchell. 2 till 6. Jason Greger drives us home. We got Fox Sports all night long. Triple S at 9 bells. Josh Fenwick, are you in? He's in. Thumbs up with Josh Fenwick and Mac the intern and a cast of others. 10 o'clock, Josh Fenwick will be here with Paul Sir. What?
It's the Josh Fenwick Show.
Whoa!
Paul's away on family vacation, so it's the Josh Fenwick Show. It's the Josh Fenwick Day on Sports 1440 because he's also going to be here for Donnie on pre and post game with walks.
Wait a second.
They just call Saturdays the Josh Fenwick Day now on this station.
This is the biggest day of your life, Josh. This is the biggest day of your life.
Yeah, pretty big. We have some good guests lined up. Aiden Gibb, or the Gibb dad from Raymond. Yeah. Thank you. Paul pre-recorded an interview with him, so we'll be running that. I have some feelers out to some other NBA guests, getting them on. So yeah.
The only bad thing, I'm going to have to listen to this after because we've got our draft at 10 in the morning.
That's okay.
No, but I mean, this would have been a perfect garage morning for me.
Sure, it would have been.
Oh man, I would have been texting.
Who's going to be producing? I do not know. Connor Halley is waiting for the thumbs up from his wife.
Cam Tate just raised his hand. That's who we need on the board over there. Right, Cam Tate. Man, oh man. Well, good luck. Have great shows tomorrow.
Thanks,
Josh. It's going to be a great day for you. Before all that, time now for a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Sean Cunningham of Remax Real Estate. Get the home team advantage for your next move in the Edmonton area. If you're thinking about buying or selling a home, call or text Sean directly at 780-265-0165. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Really appreciate it. Thanks for all the great texts. Thanks for all the input and the interaction. Could not do it without you. Have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you back here on Monday with Eddie Steele to bust down the weekend. Until then, here is the Duke.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Just 2 games in the NHL tonight. Eastern Conference, a playoff race matchup with the Sabres hosting the Red Wings, and then not so much at Madison Square Garden where the Blackhawks take on the New York Rangers. In the PWHL, Boston is in Toronto, and on the local scene, Edmonton Oil Kings kick off their first round playoff matchup against the Saskatoon Blades tonight from Rogers Place, 7 o'clock scheduled puck drop. In the BCHL, Spruce Grove Saints at home, Thompson Family Arena, 7 o'clock puck drop against West Kelowna, and Sherwood Park Crusaders on the road in Okotoks. Alberta Junior Hockey League playoffs continuing. Camrose Kodiaks look to close things out against Drumheller from Southern Alberta. Fort McMurray's in Whitecourt, and Canmore hosts Calgary. In the association's full slate of games, including the Toronto Raptors back at home against the New Orleans Pelicans. Tip-off scheduled for 6:30 from Scotiabank Arena. Elsewhere, Denver hosting Utah. Celtics up against Atlanta, and the OKC Thunder take on the Chicago Bulls. March Madness Sweet 16 continuing. Couple number 1 seeds in action with Duke taking on St. John's and Michigan playing Alabama. MSU faces UConn, and the late game, Iowa State up against the Tennessee Volunteers. Opening day for the Toronto Blue Jays as they take on the Athletics. First pitch just after 5 o'clock from Toronto. You can listen to this game joining in progress after the Jason Gregor Show right here on Sports 1440. 7 other games around the majors, including Yankees in San Francisco, Astros hosting the Angels, and the Seattle Mariners continue their series against the Cleveland Guardians. Coming up on Sports 1440, it is Fantasy Frenzy with Hallie and Douglas. I'm Brandon Douglas at your Sports 1440 update.